Are you up there? Let me help you with
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. We are gathered here today for a regular city commission meeting. Today is Thursday, October 14, 2021. And of course, if you have any phones or cell phones, if you can just put them on mute, that would be great. Leading us in prayer is Pastor Rod King. Please rise, and that will be followed by the flag. Just a little bit, Pastor Rod King is from our church here in McAllen at the Church of Christ.
Please, my dears. Dear gracious and heavenly Father, God, we thank you for this opportunity to come together as your son and as your daughters. For God, you declared that we should come together in unity. And now, God, we stand in this place where your presence abides. God, because your sons and your daughters abide here. Now, God, we ask that you give us the wisdom, the understanding, and the guidance that is so desperately needed during this time. God, teach in every heart here on tonight. God, that they may hear with clarity, and they may understand with wisdom, and they may gain the necessary knowledge in order to go forth and make they help in the best city, not just in Volusia County, but also in the state of Florida. God, I ask that you bind each and every church here together in unity. God, let us be workers together, workers one for another. God, you declare that we are to love our neighbor as ourselves. God, if there be any differences, if there be any hindrances, if there be any disturbances, God, let us reason together in this place. God, that we may come to the conclusion. But God, even in coming to the conclusion that we may keep you first and foremost. And God, bless these leaders here today as they give us the direction and the guidance we must so desperately need. God, we place them in your hands. They are under your authority. It's in Jesus' Master and Christ's name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll do a quick roll. Commissioner Price, Zone 1. Present. Commissioner Arthur, Zone 2.
Present.
Commissioner Passo, Zone 3.
I'm back.
Vice Mayor Collins, Zone 4.
It's me.
And I need to leave from present. We have our Director of Administration, Dominique, and we also have our City Administrator, Mr. Elliott, and our City Attorney, is he present at all?
Should be.
En route? Okay. So, moving on to item number 3, are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Yes. On 10C, there were 36 applicants, not 36.
On 10C? Typo?
Definitely.
Correct that to say 36. Any other corrections, modifications, or deletions? Mr. Administrator?
Madam Mayor, we would like to reject the hiring of a full-time public works employee at the end of 6, prior to 7. The gentleman will be here about 7:30, but we'd like to introduce him to the commission.
Right before public forum?
I'm sorry?
You want to have that right before public forum?
Yes.
And what are we adding?
It's adding, hiring a new employee. His name is Richard Maynard, Public Works, full-time, just before public forum.
Oh, that's 6E.
6E, correct.
Anything else?
Do we have the applications for us? Or do we have application? Do we have his application?
We have an application downstairs.
Anything else?
He did,
Anything? Okay. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. We have, for approval, the minutes of September 9th, minutes for September 10th, which was the millage rate and budget hearing. Also, minutes for September 10th regular meeting. Also, September 22nd, the second millage rate and budget hearing, as well as the September 22nd special meeting. Commissioners? You have one.
Make a motion to approve the minutes. Approval of the minutes, September 10th special meeting, September 10th commission meeting, September 22nd special meeting, September 22nd special meeting, and September 9th city commission meeting. As a result.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fresca and a second by Commissioner Rogers. Any discussion? Anyone? If not, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone says no? Motion passes. We have a few proclamations, and you see these beautiful balloons out here, and some cupcakes. This beautiful city is celebrating its 133rd birthday on October 24th. A lot of history that brought us to this place, and reading our proclamation is right there, Tom. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas 2021 marks the 133rd anniversary of the city Lake Helen, and known as the Gem of Florida, Lake Helen was founded by Henry DeLand and named after his daughter Helen. It was intended as one of the prettiest and most pleasant towns in Florida. And on October 24th, 1888, the town was incorporated as the town of Lake Helen. And Lake Helen was originally a winter retreat for Northeasterners, and with the addition of 2 hotels, the Harlan Hotel and a little later the Granville Hotel, it became a destination spot for New Englanders anxious to retreat from the harsh winters, and Lake Helen flourished. Citrus groves were planted and thrived. A sawmill and the Bond Brick Company were established. It was an arduous journey early on by steamer, horse, or mule wagon from the St. Johns River. And travel improved in 1887 with the railroad coming into Lake Helen. And John P. Mace was an architect and one of the incorporators of the town, and was also Lake Helen's first mayor. Lake Helen grew quickly, with many new homes being built each season, and the homes built of the local southern yellow pine. Many of them still stand today as a tribute to the craftsmanship of the times. This was the boom time for Lake Helen. And to this day, Lake Helen is like an old Florida town in the I-4 corridor, and continues to be a quaint little community off the beaten path, with tree-lined streets and a slow pace that is ever so inviting. And to this day, it is fitting that we should join in the expression of our pride and appreciation for the many civic and economic benefits that our community has enjoyed for over the past 133 years because of the growth and prosperity of our city. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida hereby recognizes the 133rd birthday anniversary of the City of Lake Helen and proudly celebrates its longevity. In testimony whereof, the Mayor and the City Commission have set our hands upon this and affixed the Great Seal of the City of Lake Helen and in the state of Florida this 14th day of October 2021. Happy birthday, Lake Helen.
Where's the cake?
Okay.
Cupcakes are around.
We do have cupcakes over here and on the side. So if you'd like to get up and get some right now, please do. And don't be shy. Or as we're having our meeting. Oh, we also have coffee? Oh, and there's also coffee. Okay, so as we continue our meeting, please go ahead and grab yourself some cake and celebrate our city. Our next presentation proclamation is for breast cancer awareness, and could you lead with that?
Whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is a worldwide annual campaign in October involving thousands of organizations to highlight the importance of breast cancer awareness, education, and research. And whereas according to the Centers of Disease and Prevention, CDC, breast cancer is the most common cancer among women. And whereas increasing the public's knowledge about the importance of early detection of breast cancer, diagnosis, and treatment can save lives. And whereas about 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer over the course of her lifetime. And whereas we display pink ribbons and wear pink clothing to raise awareness, we also support those courageously fighting breast cancer and honor the lives lost to the disease. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite all citizens in our community to prevent breast cancer deaths through increased education and regular screening. And whereas this October, we recognize breast cancer survivors, those currently battling the disease, friends and families of the diagnosed patient, and applaud the efforts of our medical professionals and researchers working to find a cure. Now therefore, the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida hereby recognizes October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encourages all residents and employees to raise awareness by wearing pink. In testimony whereof we have unto set our hands and cause to be affixed the great seal of the City of Lake Helen in the state of Florida this 14th day of October, 2021.
Thank you. We're moving on to our next item, which is presentation and award. We do have an award commendation and ribbon to police officer Joy Rushworth. And our chief most to come in and present. We do have the certificate here.
On Tuesday, August 24th, 2021, Officer Joseph Rushworth was running radar on Brevard Avenue. A vehicle traveling in excess of 80 miles per hour was sped by Officer Rushworth. The vehicle turned on the East Kid Rider Road, proceeding at a high rate of speed. Officer Rushworth observed the vehicle turn onto South Summit Avenue, where he lost sight of it. He later found the vehicle parked in a private driveway. As he approached the vehicle, the driver again sped off. Officer Rushworth observed the vehicle crash into a fence at the corner of West Kid Rider and South Summit Avenue. The driver, as well as a male and female passenger, exited the vehicle. Officer Rushworth took the driver and the vehicle into custody. The male passenger refused to give Officer Rushworth his name and complained of injury he sustained on the traffic crash. Officer Rushworth requested fire rescue respond to the scene to aid the passenger. The passenger refused to speak with Officer Rushworth, and he was eventually transported to the hospital by ambulance. Due to the nature of the incident, Officer Rushworth felt the passenger was being evasive. At the time, Officer Rushworth was able to further detain the passenger as there were no criminal charges against him. Officer Rushworth requested permission to go to the hospital for a follow-up investigation. Once in the hospital, Officer Rushworth was able to positively identify the passenger using rapid ID. The passenger had numerous outstanding violent felony warrants out of Volusia County. Once the passenger was medically cleared, he was placed under arrest by Officer Rushworth and transported to the Volusia County Branch Jail. Later that day, it was discovered the male passenger was being sought by the Volusia County Sheriff's Office as a person of interest in the homicide case and had been on the run for several months. Had Officer Rushworth not gone to the hospital to further investigate the passenger, it is likely the passenger would have fled the hospital and had disappeared. Because of his intuition and dedication to law enforcement, Officer Rushworth went above the call of duty and a violent felon was taken off the street. It is my honor to award Officer Joseph Rushworth with this award.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Joey, we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
I know I don't want to get the ribbon and get the award, but I think that there should be appreciation going to the chief. If it wasn't for that night, for me to make a phone call out to him, reach out to him, and allow me to go to the hospital, follow my gut feeling. Some people shut me down when you tell me I have a gut feeling, it just doesn't feel right, and then you gotta go do this. But without his permission or him backing me as an officer and letting me go with my gut and feeling and doing the job, then this would never happen again. On top of it, him and also Officer Forgier, both came out 1 o'clock in the morning to help out with the guy that was in custody while I was in the hospital. So I think they also deserve a applaud.
We're very grateful for our police officers. Thank you so much. Well, our next item up for recognition and citizen service. We have boards here that really help us make decisions here. And these folks really deserve this recognition. And I hope that they're here tonight. Do we have Chris Williams here? And do we also have Joe Hammock and Roxanne Goodman? Wonderful. So we have these beautiful presentations, and we'd like to present you with these. And I'd like to, before we do that, I'll just turn it over to our commission if there's any other comments they'd like to say. So, go on.
Yes, thank you for your years of service and helping us with the Historic Preservation Board, and Roxanne and Joe, thank you for your service also.
It's not often we get to recognize the citizens that contribute a lot to our city. And these three have done a lot to help the city move along the way it has gone. And we appreciate their service and the time that they committed to it. And I know this award you're going to receive is not enough to thanks for everything you've done for us.
Volunteers really are the lifeblood of democracy. We get all the press up here, good or bad, but for the most part, they do the real work. And I'm happy to live in a community that so many people step up and spend their time with little recognition for the good of the city. Thank you all so much.
Is Roxanne here?
Yes, Barbara.
Hey, how you doing? Roxanne? Joe? Chris? Thank you. I've learned so much from you guys. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment, showing up. Thank you for everything that you've helped me understand about why we do things out there and why we do things around some of these homes. So thank you. You've helped me a lot, and I hope to be able to take all that information and serve forward down the road. So again, much appreciation. Thank you very much for your time and service.
And I would like to think Sheree can come up. We have plaques that we'd like to present you with. Please come on down. Thank you. Thank you, down there.
You want to have ready to go, and then you can take pictures. Can you folks from here, please? Yeah. There you go.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right, I think I got all the angles. Thank you.
The boards that they serve really help us define and make these big decisions. The historic board, especially, they meet at 8:00 in the morning. And they help us get that, maintain that look and feel that we have here on the calendar. And very, very important. The LTRC board, the planning board, that's a very important board with anything that's going to come into our city that needs those extra eyes. So, really appreciate them. Thank you. Okay, our next one is for Cameron Caesar. Is he here? Okay, we'll hopefully mail this out to him. I've said this a couple times. We have this certificate of appreciation for Cameron Caesar, who was doing his Eagle Scout project for the Boy Scouts. And he chose to do, he met with our city administrator, Mr. Abbott, and they worked on doing the fencing around the playground area at the Equestrian Center. So thank you very much. So we're going to make sure that it's mailed out. And that leads us to our next place, which is presentations. We have a couple of presentations here for the Creative Arts Cafe. And we have 3 presenters. I just want to make sure that they're here. Just acknowledge Shoestring Theater. The Dents. Lake Hills Porch. Okay. I'm going to request that when you come up here, if you could kind of 5-10 minutes just to give us an idea here. And I just want to turn it over to the city administrator if there's anything else about that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the commission, I wanted to give you a little preamble so that you'll know what I said to each of the applicants and why they may have developed their proposals as they have. I indicated to them that the city was interested in having community activities within the facility. We were not that interested in the rent, and I subsequently came up with, I thought it was a fairly good idea, that whatever rent would be paid be placed in a separate account to be used for major maintenance within the building. New air conditioner and the roof, things like that. I did specify that the people that rent the building should be responsible for minor maintenance activities, new air conditioning vents, light bulbs, broken windows, things like that. So there's a clear division between major and minor. We would assume major using the rent payment for those expenses. And in turn, whoever leases the building or rents the building would provide community activities of their design for the community. So with those preamble comments to each of them, they developed the proposal we see tonight. I think with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, so let's hear from the first one that's on there, which is Streets and Theater.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lori Lemoyne. I'm the current president for Shoe String Theater. I have with me this evening Michelle Stiles, our current vice president, Dan Sloyan, our past president, Nancy Ballesteros, Chris Patterson, and Dan Wilson, who are current members of our volunteer board. Thank you. For those of you who might not know us, Shoe String Theater was established in 1950 over at the Old Land Airport. And it wasn't until 1980s that we moved over here into our current facility, which is one of 6 remaining African-American schoolhouses in the state of Florida. We love our current building, and we don't have any plans to change any of our current programming in our current facility, but we do thank the mayor and the commissioners and the citizens of Lake Helen for this opportunity for us to be able to expand our vision. Shoe String Theater is a 501c3 with, of course, historical preservation components, and we have 45 years of experience being successful running a 501c3. We operate with a 12-member volunteer board. One of those members is a local high school student, usually a senior, to give them experience running a nonprofit. We consider ourselves a teaching theater, and we operate on a shoestring budget. All of our current programming that's available in the building, we do plan on maintaining, but there is an increased need in our community, and we look forward to an opportunity to meet some of that need. Currently, we have 1 full-time employee. We have several independent contractors, but our main drivers are a strong volunteer force, donations, grants, admissions, sales tickets to our programming, and local donations and contributions. Slide. Since we moved to our facility, one of the main focuses we have is helping the gym maintain its history. And we do that through participation in all of the local community festivals, parades, honoring the historic value of our current facility. And even during COVID, we were really grateful to be able to provide shoestring carolers for the annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony. At Shoestring, we focus on the holistic development of an individual, and that includes giving people a sense of teamwork, an outlet for their artistic expression. And we like for everyone who comes through our doors to feel like a member of our family, and through that they get a sense of community belonging. We focus on health and wellness, and we believe in education through generations. We think everyone has something left to learn, and everyone has something that they can teach. Students in our programs have gone on to attend all of the major universities here in Florida, as well as the Florida State College system. We've had students that attended the Berkeley School of Music, AMDA. We've had participants that have gone on to go into national television programs. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can look up Sam and Elvis. It is a movie on Amazon Prime where Shoestring Theater has a small cameo right here in Lake Helen. As an all-member volunteer board, we are planning to bring several certifications to the table that would benefit this facility. That includes trust management certification, CPR, hazmat. We are food safe certified. We have teaching certificates. We have a member on our board of directors who is responsible for diversity, equity, and inclusion coordination. We have Green Dot bystander intervention training, accounting, a long track record of grant writing and grant management. We also have our ASCAP and BMI license, so we can legally play music within the facility. But our biggest contribution is that our long history of making the most out of the calendar and getting enough in that calendar that serves as many people as we possibly can, and volunteer management, because it's a lot to manage all of those volunteers. We couldn't do any of that without our current grants and program sponsors. We currently hold and manage a Volusia Echo grant, as well as a state of Florida grant, the Volusia County Cultural Council, and then there's several small local organizations that participate and donate to our specific programming needs. Wow. In addition to our certifications that we bring to the table, we also have a lot of expertise to help contribute to the Creative Arts Center. This includes, we are Shoestring Theater is a member of the DeLand Chamber of Commerce. We have board members that are members of Rotary, DAR, DAB. I'm not going to read the whole list to you. We represent 5 local area churches, and in addition, we feel so strongly and love this city so much that both myself and our current vice president had served as past chairs for the Lake Ellen Park and Recreation Division. I wanted to dispel some myths. We are not looking to just expand the theater. We really want to create a community center that is for the entire community. When we were first approached in July about getting this building reopened, we started doing outreach to different organizations to make sure that we could really provide the best for the citizens of Lake Helen, and that includes everyone. We'd like to bring AA meetings back as part of our Wellness Wednesdays. We've been in conversations with the Boys and Girls Club to be able to help expand the program. We missed the grant cycle this year, which is huge, because that not only just affects this year, it also affects next year because of the nature of grants. So we do plan on using some facility rentals to help us fill that gap and make sure that we have enough money to cover the overhead and make sure that we keep the cost low for the citizens in Lake Helen. We actually hosted the last Little Miss Lake Helen at our facility, and I wanted to make sure that the commissioners and the mayor recognize that any local 501c3 organizations in Lake Helen, not only do we plan to work really closely with, but we already offer our facilities free of charge to a lot of those organizations and the area schools, and we plan on continuing that. We've also been in contact with the national comedian who has agreed to come in and kick off comedy nights for us and get us a comic for each month so we can make sure that that can come to fruition. We have been in communication to offer adult tango lessons as well as child dance lessons, as well as leadership development and professional development for our students. It's a lot of plans for the Creative Arts Center, and it's going to take a lot of people around the table. We do want to bring in dinner theaters, but one of the things that we're really focused on as well is making sure that that facility can adhere to its original purpose, and we want to bring back teen nights. We've been working with the Orange County Arts Division, who's willing to donate us some green screens so we can teach these kids about how to do professional videography. As well as that night with our first teen night, we really want to sponsor protecting their online image and their responsibility of being a good digital citizen. I'm sorry, next again for my phone. Our timeline, we just found out literally last week that this vote was not going to take place until November. So please take everything that you're seeing before you and move it one more month out. But these things that we're listing here are things that we already have dedicated commitment from people within the community to make happen. And the only one of these that will not move if Shoestring Theater is selected is the National Comedy Nights kicking off in February, because that comedian has already got a commitment and their calendar's booked quick. So he has gone ahead and penciled this in on his book and hoping that we'll be able to launch that in February. So I wanted to give everybody a short history of how we got here. In 1912, Lake Park was donated to the city of Lake Helen to best serve the community. And then in 1996, the first grant was written to begin a teen program here in the city of Lake Helen. In 2003, this entire community came together and began fundraising to expand that vision. That included $50,000 worth of taxpayer dollars, as well as a FDLE grant, and a lot of in-kind work from our local community. In 2004, that vision was expanded further by going after a ECHO grant, and it was awarded, and then in 2015, 2016, that ECHO grant was amended. One of the first things we did when we were approached in July was make sure we approached the Volusia County ECHO Council so that we could pull those grants and make sure that we're fulfilling that vision. 60% of all restaurants fail within the first year, and 80% of all restaurants fail within 5 years. The facility was not built to be a restaurant, and while there is restaurant equipment inside of it, we want to make sure that we are focusing on the intent of the building, which was to build a cultural center. So while we do plan on honoring the original ECHO commitment of having an elevated concession stand, so folks in the community have a place to stop by and have a cup of coffee, or come by after school while the kids play on the park, it's not going to be more than an elevated concession stand for at least the first year that we're in operation, so that we can make sure that we're focusing on the mission of that building, because it takes a lot to run a restaurant, you guys. And national chains, when they come in, they do a survey of the community to find out how much traffic is coming through an area and how much money is coming through in an area. And so we want to make sure that we're not overcommitting ourselves so we don't get bogged down in a restaurant and we can really adhere to that grant purpose. In the original ECHO grant, Shoestring Theater was listed no less than 5 times. We had original plans to work with the CAC, and over time, we've tried to jumpstart that again. And we feel it's really important to be a good steward to tax dollars and to the donations and the commitments that we make to the community. So we look forward to working with the entire community to make sure that that vision everyone saw at the beginning of this can come to fruition for Lake Helen, and that building can become a gem for all of us. Next slide. The purpose of an arts education is to help people grow, not just individually, but together. And through an arts education, you get a sense of community and a sense of purpose and belonging within that community. And Lake Helen's a great place for that. We have a lot of great local organizations that get together and do really great things together all the time. And we look forward to providing them a hub where they can feel like this is a great space for them to come utilize their building. Next slide. I thank the mayor and the commissioners for your time and listening to this proposal. Our full written proposal was provided to Mr. Lee and the city attorney back in July, and I believe almost everybody's gotten a copy at this point. But I want to encourage you guys to follow us on Facebook and go to shoestringtheater.net. Hit the history page. There's a delightful tale by one of our founding members that gives a full picture of our history and how we got to where we are. And after being dark for 18 months, we are finally opening the interior of the facility tomorrow night with Young Frankenstein. It'll be showing from the 15th to the 31st. So get some tickets and come out and have some good comedy. It's a great show. Don't bring your children, it's PG-13. Thank you so much, and have a great night.
Lee, Mr. Ed, will this presentation be shared with the commission too? I don't have a copy of it. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Other than the packet, I don't have a copy of it.
We'll move on to the next presentation. Our commissioner, if you want to entertain any questions at this point. Okay. The next presenter, the Janice.
Hello, everybody. It's Alan Cook Jr. I'm joined by Tennille Collins tonight, representing the Gems. Basically, we have so there's 10 families, founding families that kind of thought this through, seen Lake Helen, love Lake Helen. Can't say that enough, stress that enough. We thought it'd be a great idea to take the building, turn it back into what it was designed for, as a community center, a community hub. I helped Keith and my dad, we put the dirt in there and graded it. So I've seen Keith's vision, loved it. Obviously we lost our way here, but this is our chance to get it back and continue that, what Keith started. The 10 families, you can roll. Very good. So the 10 founding families, we're well rooted in Lake Helen. We all have kids, and that's a lot to do with this. It is about the kids, to teach the kids the Lake Helen ways. Just kind of go back to our roots of what we knew as children, and we kind of lost that in recent times. But a lot of So a lot of those families are business oriented too. They have roots here, they have businesses here. These are a lot of the businesses that help the city of Lake Helen through events and donations, and we always are the ones that usually step up. So we kind of collaborated and kind of brought it together to try to better the city, the community, make these events a lot better. The city always kind of leans on us, and this is just our way of formalizing it and doing our part, I guess. We want to try to stay, go ahead. Sorry. Good job, Lori, too. I mean, I got a hard pen. Great job. I am not in the theater business, let me tell you. Our intent of the CAC is to obviously have a lot of community things, free stuff, you know, whether it's vet shot clinics for your animals, Christmas toy drives, same thing like Boy Scouts, Girl Scout activities. We want to open our doors to them. The crafty ladies, if they want to join, you know, have meetings there, more the better. Obviously, we do health screenings and exercise classes, hunter safety classes, all that kind of good stuff that helps the community better itself. Obviously, any holiday events, it's what a great space to use. There could be food truck Fridays there. We have intentions of, on the north side of the building, expanding that and making more of like a porch with some pavers and kind of bring that outside feel back to things. So if you had like an outside event and hopefully the weather does turn nice again, it's still a little hot, but how cool is it to go outside and have that porch, the fire or whatever, the lights out there, have a little band. It's just an expansion of being outside instead of inside sometimes. But as you can see, there's like potluck dinners, car shows, all good stuff. Go ahead, next one. So this is our why. Obviously, the stuff that kind of explained already: the community pride, neighbors help neighbors, bring back Keith's vision, and basically set an example. Kind of already hit on that. Go ahead. So the funding to make that happen, and obviously to be able to fund these things, to bring this stuff to light. Obviously, those 10 founding families have invested, and we've met about it, and we are willing to invest our own money out of our own pocket to get this thing off the ground, to get this going because of the rent, the costs, and the insurance. There's a lot of fees included that it does add up, but with 10 people splitting at it, it is definitely doable, and we all feel the same way that it has to be done in order to save the building and bring it back. With that, some of that, the free stuff obviously will need to be funded, and we could use that for renting the hall out. The other thing was kind of go back to a coffee shop kind of feel. Obviously, it wouldn't be a full-time thing seasonally, and that could be offset with like an ice cream shop also, because obviously summertime would be good for ice cream and wintertime would be good for coffee. But our intention for that was obviously to generate a little bit of money, but also use the youth of the city, some of them are children obviously, to teach them kind of like go back to Keith's vision, to teach them how things work in service, and give them a little step up on the future for themselves while they're doing the right thing and being dedicated to something and have a reason to do things. What else is there? That's it? I think that's it. The other biggest thing, big thing. I love you, man. I love you, Shirley. The big thing is we want to stay the building needs to stay apolitical. We're very passionate about that. We don't want any, obviously there's a big black cloud over this town with politics. And the building, I assure you, will stay apolitical. It's kind of what it was intended for, and we just want to bring back what Keith gave us. He gave us a wonderful gift, and we just wish to continue that. Thank you.
I am Brian Puglisi, as many may not know, many do know.
He's a founding.
Yeah, I am part of one of the families. Our family was Alan and a few others were brought to us, you know, and came to us and came up with this idea. And, you know, every family listed, we have listed up there, every family in that picture, I mean, through my entire childhood, I've been here for 26 years. Every single one of these families has always put the city first, the town first. I mean, it's always Lake Helen first, Lake Helen first, you know. And, I feel like this is the perfect chance, the perfect opportunity for us to bring this back to what it was and bring Cafe back to what it needs to be. I think Alan and Neil and the rest of the families, I think they're going to do a great job. Thank you.
From the flip side of the coin, we're a new family to the community. We love Lake Home. We've been here about 2 years. We do business here. My kids go to school here. We live here, and we love it. So any way that we can get involved and invest back into the community, to have a community center for the community, funded by the community, we're all part of this community, would really be a way to tie everyone back together and get neighbors, helping neighbors, loving one another again. We hope to see that come into fruition. Thank you for your time.
Our third presenter is Michaela Sporch.
I'm Ray Carter, I'm the Powerball Academy here in the town. I subscribe myself to the job. Here. I'm Karen Mariandes, I run a market in the park. Well, thank you for this opportunity, and we're going to start off just giving an overview through a short video. So. I've been in Lake Helen since 2012. Our business moved here, and we did phases to get that business started. And then we moved down to Deltona in 73. And I consider this more my home than I do Deltona. Because of the people, because of the community, and so forth. We do travel teams for volleyball, and it's always been on my heart as we have tournaments that come into the town and the city, to have a place for, pool cafe or pool deli for our tournament people. But as time progresses, it's like, and you hear different things in the community, it's like, I want something for the community to help better, that everybody can partake of. When I was at a tournament this past February in Atlanta, one of my coaches was from Atlanta, and she said, "You've got to go to this deli." And so I went, and when I walked in, the food was great. But what caught my attention was stuff for the kids. And we have a kids' mecca here in Lake County, and we're a part of it. So when I saw the ideas began to go through the head, and to see something simple in Lake Helen, and to see something similar that would, Karen can talk more about that. But when I actually looked at the place, looked over at the facility, I saw that long porch. And then I looked around Lake Helen, and what's common in Lake Helen front porches. And I've always had great memories from my grandmother sitting on the back porch, just talking. Our family would get together and you just communicate, and you just have community on the porch. And it's always been a great memory. And that's where Lake Helen's porch came up from. In putting this proposal together, I Googled different pictures. It has porch pictures on it. One's actually, the coffee cup is actually sitting on my cousin's back porch in Virginia, and looking out over the scenery. And as I was Googling things and finding pictures, I came across a specialty coffee called Coffee on the Porch. And so you have a bag in front of you, and inside is a sample of that. And I reached out to the guy, and he's in Camden, Maine. And his father started that coffee company. He actually roasts that coffee, and he would sit on the porch and just invite people over. And gathering, and people would just talk, and he began to teach people how to roast coffee and so forth. And so the son called me, and he looked at my Facebook page and so forth. Just a little background, I was a missionary in Honduras for 4 years. And as we were talking, he said, "Marie, I'm getting most of my coffee from Honduras." I'm like, "How cool is that?" And he's a Christian, we pray together and stuff, and he sent me this down here. I'm like, "Can you send me some packets so I can get you the commission?" And I feel like I'm on Shark Tank. So that was where that came from. And I just saw things just coming, falling together. And so that's where the proposal came from and so forth. But part of it is we get cafe. And Karen, you want to take over?
We don't want to have a restaurant per se. It will be a cafe. We're looking at approximate hours Monday through Friday from 7 to 1. It would be basically breakfast sandwiches, coffee. Then family clothes for about 2 hours, and then from 3 to 6 we'd like to do after school training. We would like to bring the children in to learn, to converse, to learn people skills, leadership skills. We want them to put down their phones. We want them to learn how to count money, give change, work in the small kitchen, because we're not going to have it open for dinners or anything. We're just going to have it open basically for breakfast food and maybe a daily lunch special for some of our older people that live by themselves who might want homemade chicken and dumplings, homemade meatloaf, and they can pick it up and take it home and eat it. We don't plan on utilizing the kitchen per se. We also plan on using mostly recycled paper products whenever possible. So we don't plan on using the dishwasher. We don't plan on clogging up the septic system. And this is basically to teach the children how to come in, and learn how to handle money and to serve and to maybe make a few dollars. We also plan, if you can picture, a cross between, let's say, Cracker Barrel, and I don't know if anybody remembers the show Friends. We want you to come in. We want a little store section with homemade items that our community makes that can be for sale. Whether it be food products, if they work under the cottage laws. It can be clothing, if you knit or crochet and you want to make baby dresses or something, we can sell those. It gives the teens also an idea of how to package this and get this ready. This is a big thing, especially for Marie. Maria has always worked with children. So, but I like to also, I run restaurants, I retired from running restaurants. So I would basically be helping her with that part to get the licenses and stuff like that. We can utilize our older citizens who come in and help us. We've had plenty of people volunteer already, and that's what this community is about. I'll turn it back over to Maria at this time.
Yeah, I'm glad she had some restaurant experience. My first job was at Disney Plaza Pavilion selling Orbit burgers and Moon burgers. But, so anyway, she has, I talked to her, I was over getting some food from her one day for some families at our club that were struggling, and she told me she's in the restaurant business, and we talked even further. In addition, you can see on the front of the proposal, it said Cafe Advisory Consultants. A good friend of mine is the owner of Lean's Deli. A good friend of mine owns Stavros and Sons and Eustace. My cousin owns Lonnie's Fusion Cuisine in Lake Mary. Plus I have a ton of other people that I know. But those were people I called and contacted for that. The next part was city history. You know, we looked at it and we talked to Betty and Dee in the museum. You know, the museum was a part of it for a while. But, you know, to make that a decor, but also the city history is bringing seniors in. I went down to Youth Master, talked to Johnny May, and just bringing seniors in to mentor. They have so much, one of our greatest resources are seniors. Not the internet, but seniors, to hear stories from them, have them teach Lake Helen history, have them use their fields that they have been involved in and train our youth. And so that was a part of it, senior volunteers. You know, I remember my grandmother, when she passed at 91, but at 89 and 90, she was walking a mile to the town just to serve the seniors. And so people still want to do that kind of things today to keep them active. Used the museum for decor. Even I actually walked into the museum. When I walked into the museum, I saw that they sold things, and I stopped at Cracker on a trip and saw how having cool things for Lake Helen, neat things, but also bringing some stuff over to the museum to give that more visualization for that. Community. I've been, I've worked with youth for over 30 years. I've planned field days. I've done all kinds of event planning in my church. I was a women's director for 4 years, did teas. I've done all kinds of things throughout my lifetime. But the community had a monthly teen socials, senior activities, board games, cornhole, porch music nights. As you saw on the slide, theme side and back porch events, launch community events, house, mother-daughter 5% activities, adopt a team, having there's so many people looking for people to do some yard work. You know, adopt a team, let them keep the money, you know, for it. Karen, you want to share about the other?
We would also be open additional hours for town hall meetings. I've noticed some of you have town hall meetings, and some of them are held here. They could be held there. And also, of course, it's always been used as a Hurricane Command Center. It would continue to be if we had it. It would be available for rental spaces for bridal showers, birthday parties, that type of thing. And like I said, we've had plenty of people who come to us that love the idea. We don't have anywhere in Lake Helen to sit there. Marie and I met in her office in the power volleyball place. And it was like, we don't have anywhere to go have a cup of coffee. To sit and have this meeting, we got to sit in there. That's what we want as far as when we're calling it a cafe, we want to go sit down and say, let's meet at the porch and have a cup of coffee and discuss this there. This is our idea of the restaurant. It's not a open to close, full meal restaurant. We don't want it to be that. We have no desire to be that. The only time we would cook food would when we're having an event outside or inside, but we want to do a pig roast. We want to do different events like that. I've done events, of course, running bars and restaurants a lot. So that would be my end of it, the restaurant part. Marie would do most of the other part.
So those are some of the thoughts right there. And we are living in a more transient society. So what I noticed is that there's a walk-up window, and utilizing that. Now people can come sit down and dine. They can take stuff out. They can go to the walk-up window. They can do all those different things where it's not just a full-blown, like you said, full-blown restaurant. And then having people come in for activities, have people they want to come in and learn different things. So, but there's so many activities that you can do to bring people there. So we want to be a place to connect, and we're really not connected on social media. People need to get face to face and talk, and that's how you bond, that's how you grow, and that's how you build relationships. And like I said, I worked here over 30 years. I talked to Buddy Snowden, talked to Keith Chester, because I wanted to find out the intent, what it was really all about. And wanted to honor that as well. And we want to see the community also just jump in and help in different ways and utilize their strengths as well. Karen, you want to share some of that?
I think the most important thing is being out of the market for the last going on 11 years. Most people just want somewhere to sit down and eat, which is where the idea of the show friends comes in. We're going to have sofas in there. We're going to have checkerboards in there. Let's go play a game of checkers and talk about this. This is what we want, so the community can come together and just sit down and relax. That's basically all. I think what the whole community wants, anybody I talk to, is what they want. We have Papa's Pizza, that's it. We don't have anywhere to go have a cup of coffee. So that's what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
And I was just recently, I was a spotlight speaker at the Resolution Chamber, and talked to a friend of mine from Williams Barbecue afterwards, and she was saying, hey, Graham, you gotta need something like that. So it's we have 3 groups that lovely couple, and you got to do the decision. And I just pray that you hear the people what they're saying. So thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate all y'all do, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We do have a couple of speakers on this topic, Commission, before we have any discussion. Charlene Bishop.
Okay, so y'all know that building means more to me than anybody else in this room. And I can honestly say that this group right here, they have their hearts and souls into this from the conception of it. I've looked over all the proposals, and financially, theirs makes the best sense for the city. And they literally had a hand in starting it, and they're willing to put forth their time, their money, their heart, and out of everybody talking about what the history of that building is. Nobody asked me about that building. They did. They came and asked me how would I like to see them move forward with restarting what was started down there. And they sat at my house and we had a long conversation about it. And honestly, I don't know if it matters to anybody up there, but to me, that was the best situation for that building down there, because they have love for the reason why the building was started. Some of them have love for me, some of them have hate, but whatever. I think the majority of them love me, but, honestly, that's just how I feel. And I'll leave it with y'all to make the best decision.
We have another speaker on this topic, Daniel Laughlin.
Leah Lawson, 715 Kinsey Road. Well, I've been here 24 years, and I also had a part in that building. Now, I didn't build it, but the glaze curtains that hung up on the balcony, I made those. My little TV sat up there too. Ann Robbins painted a wonderful picture 24 years ago, and we moved here, and I don't regret it for 1 minute. I sprayed colored, stomped out of here, and kicked the door. But I was a part of all of this. I taught Rachel Puglisi to sew at 5 years old in my sewing class. Taylor also reminded me, she was in my class too, that's Big Dog's Youth. And she came to my house and sewed. I'd forgotten about that. You know, the brain doesn't remember a lot of things. What Jan wants to do with that building is the vision of what Keith had, because I got to know Keith really well. We spent a lot of time together, we talked. That's what this city needs. The Cafe brought people together, and we talk face to face, not hiding behind computers. And that's one of the biggest problems we have today. Talk to Cookie. He loved going in the morning and have a little bit of breakfast and a cup of coffee. That's what they're gonna bring back to this city. I want my city back. I moved here 24 years ago, and it wasn't perfect. But what's happened to it now is not the city I moved into, and I want it back. I want the people that got up there, no matter how they felt about each other, when Charlie came through, they were out there with their saws, with their trucks. You were probably part of it too. Cutting things down. The whole city came together, helped their neighbors, clean stuff. And sometimes some of them didn't go well enough normally. But what happened is when we had a crisis, everybody came together. When we had the hurricanes coming through, we got our electricity a little bit earlier. You know, some of y'all don't know why. It's because Chief Chester, we called all the people in the city, we put together lunches. There was a reason for that. They didn't have to leave until they came and had their lunch at the police department, and then they went back to work. There's a lot of history here. I never lived any place very long in my entire life, and I've been here 24 years. And there's a lot of history here. There's a tremendous amount of good people that step up. When something needs to be done, they're there to help. This cafe, the way they're designing it, is bringing back Keith's dream of what he wanted to see, where community came together. A lot of good ideas from both sides, and I think a lot of the ideas can be incorporated into this. But 10 families have stepped up with their own money to do this, and that speaks a lot of what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, just real quick, one more thing. 1989, found it when I was digging through my stuff. The 4th of July celebration, had country barbecue, the land area cruisers, 50s car show, National Guard weapon display, Colonial Highlanders with the pipe and band. We had a 50th Street band, 50th Street dance. We had a East South band, we had a band contest, a hula hoop contest, best dress contest, fishing contest, parade. Lake Park open, barbecue dinner, hobbies and craft show. This was what I moved into when I moved into Lake Helen 24 years ago.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there anyone else? Please stop, state your name and address.
Good evening, I'm Andy Miller, Sovian. I am from Shoestring Theater. My dad is a David Miller, and he's just done a lot for the theater and community and all that. And thank you for letting us be here today. All three of the presentations say a lot of the same stuff, and which is community. And we've been here for she's been here 25 years?
More than that.
More than that, yeah, I've lost track. We opened a show the first day, and I've forgotten now. But the big thing that Shoestring actually can bring to this is organization, because it's what we do. We've weathered a lot of storms and neutrality. If theaters are notoriously volatile, but Shoestring has managed to stay a family the whole time that we have been an organization. Sometimes dysfunctional, but usually nice and strong. So that's something that the theater brings, is organization that can bring all of this together. We've got a little cafe where we're serving coffee. We fulfill that porch idea. We fulfill that with craft fairs and seminars, and it's sort of the best of all worlds without getting into any kind of non-neutrality. So I really hope to think about Shoestring. It's a great organization. It brings so much to so many people. And it's not just about theater. It is about learning and getting confidence and teaching children. And one of the things that holds us back in our place is that we don't have the facility that allows us to do some of this stuff. We don't have the room that can be teaching. Because it's an auditorium and backstage is full. There's just no room. So to have the opportunity to use the facility to bring all these plans that when we bring it up at the board meetings, we can't do it because we just don't have room. It would be so neat to bring it to the community. So I really love to think about Shoestring because it's a great organization. We're already established and we're neutral.
Yeah. Okay.
Sarah Valley Santos. I'm 3096 Mill Road, and I grew up, I actually registered at this building for my kindergarten, and then that's when the new school was built, Wilshire Pines. So I'm not only a baby here, but I actually grew up going to Shoestring. And my mom, who is in California now, because that's where I just came from, I just moved there when I was 19. I actually went to AMDA and I went out for the performing arts, and I just moved back with my two boys. So it's great to see the community again, and I can vouch for Shoestring in knowing that this is what I know of Lake Helen is performing for all y'all. I actually taught Rachel Puglisi back in the day. My mom was created ACA gymnastics back in the day when it was ACA gymnastics. I was 14, dug out in the heat. We didn't have AC. We had volunteers believing us. My dad dug out the pits and made the foam pits. I painted everything. I sweat. Then she founded Ivy Han. And that is incredible to see that even though we didn't have that many believers in us, but the people that did really stood by her. And thank goodness, because look at what it has done for the community. It has expanded and given, I look around for a school for my kids, and that is a high-ranking school, and that is amazing, the jobs that she provided. And knowing that is where the community seems to be going, and to not encourage that growth would just be unfortunate. And I love Shoestring, and I have faith in them, and they really just need space at this point, and I am willing to jump on board and volunteer as long as I need to volunteer and help them. I have connections as well to help them out with their comedy. I have experience in all types of dance, acrobatics, gymnastics, ballroom to encourage that. Senior ballroom nights, I've done that before. I used to dance with all the seniors. I was like fifth grader, and it was fun. And I know that they will keep that small community, and that's what I know growing up. And I hope that the kids in the next generation. That's why I'm back, for my boys to have that. And I just really hope that you guys see that just coming from a kid, a baby, and how I'm back here. It like brought me back all across country because this is what I want for my family. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Any further questions, any comments?
What a nice problem to have. I mean, this is so fortunate to be part of that Keith Chester group a long time ago. I was a scoutmaster of the Boy Scout troop. I didn't have any hand in the CAC or the youth club as it was. We just had some supporting elements of our program back then, back and forth. So to have 3 dedicated, committed, local organizations that have an interest in this is thrilling to me. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your presentations. And again, I reiterate, it's a tough problem, but it's a nice problem to have.
One thing I was saying, thinking about while I'm doing here, is that how do you split a tie? And in this case, you need to split it 3 ways. But my brain went immediately to, why don't we have all 3 of you throw a fundraiser and see which one the community supports the most? And then it makes our decision easier. That'll work, so we're just gonna have to make a hard decision, but thank you all.
Well, we recently went through and had to figure out how 36 applicants on a police chief and narrow that list down. And that was a lot easier to the decision on these 3.
I'd like to thank each and every group that came out tonight and presented us with what was similar across all of them, which was community and bringing everything back to where it was in the past. So I appreciate all the efforts and all of our now difficult choices to make. But I think of each and every one of you, and I wish we had 3 places that needed residents and that, so we could have one. But unfortunately we don't, so that makes our job a little bit more difficult. But thank you so much for coming out tonight and sharing your visions with us. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank
you. Great presentations, and each one echoed community. So this is very hard. I wanted to find out, Mr. City Administrator, do you have phone numbers for each one of the point of contacts for us? Okay. I didn't see the package you could send out. Okay, good. And probably you may have to include the running candidates today, because this is going to be coming for next month. So it's going to give all of us plenty of time to research, to look at our material. And it's not just 5, it's going to be 8 of us. But thank you. Again, thank you, and thank you for these beautiful presentations. You're not going to make it easy for us. But we're looking forward to having something in our community again. We're moving forward now to our, is Mr. Richard Mayer? Okay, Mr. City Administrator, the floor is yours.
County Manager's Commission, as you know, in recent weeks, perhaps a month or 2, we've had a significant reduction in the number of public works employees through retirements and resignations. So it's become imperative that we retain replacements. We had 10 applications for the positions. We narrowed it down to 5. We called 5 and 3 showed up for interviews. And we're happy to say that we think we have a good candidate, Mr. Richard Mayer, who is here this evening. And we would ask your permission to be able to retain that gentleman on a full-time basis, $15 an hour with benefits. And if you agree, it will start on Monday, and we would be desperately wanted. So, That's the reason I injected a new issue to the agenda the last time. He is a retired FDOT employee, by that. I'm familiar with heavy equipment and road maintenance, which makes him especially capable for us.
Well, I know you need the help. And it sounds like you've already done your homework, so I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Garcia, and a second by Vice Mayor Quinn. Any discussion? Anybody wish to discuss? Would you like to come up real quick and just say hello to us, please? Introduce yourself, Ms. Megan. Thank you for your service, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Councilman. Been here in Deltona for about 40 years. Retired, but I decided that I got too good at the price of right at City Hall, so I decided to go back to work. Thank you for hiring me. I will do my utmost to show you that I will do a very good job for the city. And all I can say is thank you very much. They asked me a question of how long it will take me to get from Deltona over to here to go to work. I said 15 minutes. 10 minutes if the chief and the men were out on the road. So let me just say thank you again for hiring me, and I'll do my utmost to do a good job for you.
Is that your wife?
This is my wife, O'Leary Gray.
Are you looking forward to a break again? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there are no further questions, then we have a motion out here. All in favor, say aye. Aye. None opposed, motion passes. See you Monday.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's move through our public forum. And first one is Johnny Chavez. Johnny?
Good evening, everyone. Johnny Chavis, Master James Youth Center, 364 Church Street. We got a lot of stuff going on at the Master James, and I'm just going to do a brief little saying of what we have going on and sit down. On Saturday, October the 16th, at 10 to 12, we will be giving out free Halloween costumes by our youth. 10 to 12, having to come out, we got plenty of them. So come out, don't worry about going to the store and save that money for something else, but we got plenty of them.
Free costumes for the kids? Okay.
Free. Last year I had a Halloween ride through, and this year we'll be doing the same thing. It's gonna be on Wednesday, October the 27th at 6 p.m. Last year we had about 75 children. Yeah, the children that came through, and we had a good thing. We had the table set up, and we gave them books to read. We gave them Halloween trees, we gave them Halloween candy, and we gave them food. And some of them even jumped out, put in costumes, and took pictures, and we had a lot of fun. So that'll be October the 27th, Wednesday, October 27th. Next on our list is we're having a gathering for Miss Daisy at the Master James Youth Center on Tuesday, November the 9th at 6 p.m. I want you to come out and have a good time, and you will have a good time. Our annual Saturday supper for the veterans, and we started doing this. Actually, I started doing this before I was doing it when I was working for the city of Lake County. The first one I had at Oxford Hall, so kind of like kept that going on, and we will have. Last year we didn't have it because the pandemic, but this year We did have a cookout for the veterans, we're trying to do two things for 1 year. So this year, we did a cookout in May, and we're gonna be on November, I think it's the 6th. November 6th, it's a Saturday supper, and it is a supper. It's good. 6 o'clock, ain't no, 4 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock. But we always send letters out to all the veteran groups all around, like the veterans, and the one that we had in May was so neat. We had our young ladies to be the hostess, and they were waitresses and stuff. They went around and they served the veterans and whatever. And one of the veterans said that they did it so well. We had 4 or 5. He gave each one of them a $15 tip. And we were excited, but that was fun. And I got one more, I'm gonna sit down because I see my zeros up on the list. Every month, the Unity Community do meets at Master James. And this month, the meeting will be October 24th, next Thursday at 10 o'clock. And we invite all these activities, I mentioned all of them at the Master James, and all the activities are open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker up, Charlene Bishop.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and fellow students. My name is Charlene Bishop, and I live at 394 Multi-Foot Avenue. As most of you are already aware, much has surfaced to include possible law and policy violations committed by City of Lake Helen employees, and there have been issues with critical city passwords. The city's basic purchasing policies were violated. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of purchases were made on personal Amazon accounts using the city's credit card, and thousands of dollars more was spent on other city accounts from auto parts stores and other outlets with no standard required purchase orders or any other justifying documentation provided. 2, and maybe more, fraudulent checks worth over $4,000 were cashed on city accounts, and because of poor bookkeeping policies, the fraud was never discovered until months later, and to the best of my knowledge, both because of this delay, the bank will not cover the loss to the city. In direct conflict with Florida state law, employees of the City of Lake Helen have destroyed public records, some of which occurred after an official request for those records was made. Passwords that were critical to the safety and security of the citizens' water systems and records were allowed to be maintained by a former contractor for several months, and it appears former employees and contractors may have refused to turn over critical passwords, possibly in violation of state and federal laws. These issues were discussed over a month ago at the September 10th, 2021 meeting. I, along with others, left the meeting with the understanding there would soon be a special meeting called to address the issues noted when the city attorney and Commissioner Basso could be present. And as Commissioner Connell suggested, the meeting would be called as soon as possible. I've since been informed the planned special meeting will not be taking place as recommended, and the issues brought forward have been described by some on city staff as simply being loosey-goosey spending practices and normal problems seen in the public-private sector. I highly disagree with that statement. All of you sitting up there and commissioners of the past bear much of the responsibility for where we are today. You are supposed to be our representatives and our watchdogs. You are there to represent the citizens, not the city. Every time there has been a problem surfaced before, now the city commission has allowed the staff to formulate and implement the fixes, and we can all see where that has gotten us. It is your responsibility to ensure there will be full accountability and everlasting changes. Most of you up there contributed to the problems, and it is now time for all of you to step up, do what is right, and bring some integrity back to the city's government, and do so in a very open,
timely, and public way with public participation. Copies of our letters and email correspondence are available for the public on the front table, which they're not on the table I actually have them.
Thank you. We have our next speaker, James Gassler. Are we talking after, or did you want to address?
Yes, I wanted to address.
One second, sorry.
Where are we as far as, setting up the special meeting to discuss this further?
I believe I told the commission, I know I've told Charlene, her records request has been enormous. Emails alone total more than 100,000 that we've gone through so far. And we have to go through to make sure we don't distribute material information that we're not permitted to do. With the staff of 4 people in the office, it's been very time consuming. I would not expect we could come back to the commission with anything meaningful until the first of the year.
Thank you. You have anything to add to that?
No, that is.
Why would we leave all that?
It's okay. If I can add something, and I know that, we talked about that special meeting, but, in light of that, and I'm saying this to the commissioners, it's hard to even have a meeting when you don't have anything to talk about at that moment, and I believe that our staff is doing everything.
Yeah, and in connection with that, is to find some middle ground. I think the optics of the situation is worse than the actual offense. I do believe that the public roads is owed information. They deserve answers. They should get some feedback from us. As the media, I don't care if we only fix one thing at a time. They should say, okay, we addressed this. This is what we did. This is where we're going. We don't have an answer, but this is what we're doing. I think with the absence of any feedback to the public, it exacerbates the situation. I know how difficult your job is. I totally get it. And there's the chaos that's created some of the issues. From reading these documents, it makes it sound like people are guilty of doing really bad things, when in reality, we really don't know until we get to the bottom of it. And I know it takes time. It either takes time or money. I'm not a fan of spending the city's money, spending your taxpayers' money to go find out that somebody did the best they could and they made a mistake. Okay? Because it doesn't really help us in the long run. Fix the solution. Policies and procedures put in place. I know some of those things you've done already. You peel back the credit cards. You provide new keys to the city. But I think what's important, and I don't know whether it needs to be done in the form of a weekly newsletter, I don't know whether it's done, but the questions that are being asked are legitimate questions. And the sooner that we can give feedback to the public, with whatever we have, is going to help this situation go faster than slow. That's all I'm just saying.
I'd like to add one more thing in, please. My main concern, as there's many with all this information, but one which we know is that there's missing public records. The missing public records is a very big thing, especially when it's intentionally deleted. Now, that's information that we should have. There should be no reason why we don't have that. And going forward, from what I understand, we have 4 previous employees who have deleted public records off their phones. Now, it's really hard for me to believe that there's absolutely no public records on work lines. On the work phone numbers, that there was no contacts of any text messages relating to work. And if it has anything to do, public records don't necessarily mean the phone that it's on or the device. it's the content of the information. So I'm just going down a limb here and saying, if we don't have the records from the city-issued phones, I mean, and from my understanding, it was asked for the public records before items were deleted and wiped clean. And that's a problem. That's a problem for us as a city as a whole, because that shows us that there's something being hidden, or it's just not transparent. And nobody wants to see that in government. So I understand that there is, in order for us to receive those text messages, we have to have a,
We need a court order.
Court order?
Otherwise, we'll give them up, and they don't even know if they can. We have to get a court order first, and then they can tell us if they can give us.
What's the court order based upon? Probable cause?
Yeah.
And there's not sufficient probable cause to create a court order at this point.
Oh, I think there's no probable cause when we have our, city cell phones completely wiped, clean.
I know, I think there's some people weren't informed that they had to maintain those records. There was a lot of miscommunication, so I don't, if that's intentional or not, that's not my call, but, the story that I got a lot is that they didn't know they could save them.
Well, going forward, I think that public record retention needs to be presented in a more formal way when a device, especially for providing a device.
I agree. Yeah. We're actually texting off of all city phones, is an option.
Yes. I think the most important thing you just said was going forward. I think the most important thing we can do is clearly focus on process and procedures going forward, so our citizenship is comfortable with the decisions that our staff are doing and that the commission is doing. That is the most important thing we can do.
I'm all for going forward, but we have to admit it. Why?
Well, I understand, but to just to put our finger on what is the most important thing, boom, okay? Then what's the second most, and then there's what's the third or the fourth, and so on and so forth. Because at some point, I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about monies that may have been inappropriate, may have not, okay? And if it's about dollars that we're talking about, then do we want to spend $100,000 to find 5? Probably not, but on the same token, we do want to know that going forward, we've solved these things. And I think some of the issues have been addressed already, some have not. If the people responsible for doing some of these, and I'm going to say alleged crimes, okay, are no longer here, is it in the best interest of our citizens to waste resources of our staff to spend additional money to go find out whether or not somebody did do something wrong? And I'm not there yet. I want staff to take the opportunity to get as close as we can. And then if there's some sort of negligence and it's something that the state attorney wants to work on from there, then the information will make itself available and go forward.
I'm not trying to.
We don't want to back and forth right now.
I just want to say one more thing, please. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble here, but I believe it's a violation of the law not to have those public records. I have a staff of, we don't have this, we don't have this, we don't have this. It doesn't look good. I'm telling you that right now.
I appreciate that.
All I want to do is bring this to the public, and I want y'all basically to admit publicly that we fell down on the job, and all of this stuff is missing, and moving forward, we're gonna fix this. But because half the town thinks that anybody that brings this stuff up is crazy, and it never happened, and it did happen, and everybody needs to know it happened, and it's not gonna happen moving forward. This is basically what I want everybody to know. This was a big mistake, and not having those public records is a big mistake. I mean, that could be a lawsuit, that could be, and I can, until this public meeting happens, I will be still getting records, and I will be still moving forward with my plan that I have to end with if something is not done publicly. fix the issues at City Hall.
Thank you. Mr. City Administrator, and Commissioner. I have seen a lot of hard work put forth by our city administrator from day one. I've seen him dealing with the challenges of coming into our city, and his right-hand person had to go on vacation, and then COVID, and just navigating through issues with the computer or issues with the password, or just things that you would think would make life easier. And these were challenges. And, or even trying to find out, vacation. It's like, oh, well, how does this work? Somebody just went on vacation. Did they follow a chain of commands? And where's the policies and procedures? And I want to echo what Commissioner Bass said, and I believe that sooner than later, I don't know, 30 days would be enough time for you, Mr. City Administrator, to give us a small report of some of these are some issues, and we've clarified these. We do need better, right? You climb Mount Everest almost. And I just wanted to, commissioners here, and our community needs to know, hey, we have these issues, now we put this in place, and this is then we're better, moving forward. And are we gonna find other mistakes, other issues? That's government.
We can certainly give you an interim report, but she can do that. But, there's, I don't know how exactly to say this. There's a big spread between not being able to find a receipt and criminality. And what's the value to the city if you don't have a receipt and you want to immediately jump over to criminality? It's very degrading to the city, to the present staff, to the even the former employees. And there's really nothing that the city attorney could take any judge and say, we have a problem. Because we found nothing so far. And we are going through it. Yes, there's a lot of records we don't have, or at least you can't find. Mayor, from your investigation of our PFOA, how difficult some of those things are to find from previously filed. So they may still be there, we just haven't located them. And we can give you though an interim report of what we've done, what we've found, what we've not found. But we have found nothing so far.
And this is kind of a little bit beyond, like I'd like to share just some of the things that I know you've done, implemented things for purchasing, you've done things that make that stronger. I think that there's even a process for when people are sick or vacation or something, you've added that we didn't have those lately. And I think it's important for our community to know that, and for the commissioners, that you have really, every time you've seen something or seen a leak, immediately look on how to make it stronger and how to make it work. And I know that it's a lot.
The city has made tremendous progress, even though it doesn't sound like it, in tightening the ship, if you will, and going according to established policy. And so the things that mostly we're talking about simply don't happen anymore.
Exactly.
Now, that doesn't mean it's something not to crop up again tomorrow, but we really have tightened up considerably and we really brought together the departments into a cohesive unit with commonality in all of the policies. So we're really in making good progress, but not necessarily in the things that some people have alleged. So anyway, but we can give you what we have.
Mr. Attorney, and just for the record, our attorney Scott Simpson is in. Did you want to add something?
Well, I can give you a quick update on the fraudulent check issue. These checks were not, this is a situation where the city left their checkbook laying out on the counter and someone came in and ripped out 2 checks and filled them in and forged a signature. This is somebody completely outside created checks. And they weren't exactly identical to the city's, check, but they were completely created. I believe they were deposited on the same day or dated the same day, cleared the bank 2 days apart. There was nothing the city could have done to prevent those checks from being cashed. Zilch. Nothing. You could have run this place like Fort Knox. It still would have happened. Now, what would have been good if we could have done the balance of checkbook with the bank reconciliation within 30 days, that would have prevented the bank from coming back and saying, well, if you would have had this program we offer, we would have protected you, but since you are beyond the 30 days, we're not going to protect you. But I wrote them a letter challenging that. We're still waiting on a response from them. So I think you all seen the letter. So that's the only thing the city could have done better in this case is immediately do a bank reconciliation with them. Immediately, because it's a short time. But right now they have the program that they've implemented with the bank. I've instructed every one of you and all staff, don't text. Don't use it. Now, if we're going to use it on city phones, there are services you can buy where they get archived. The email is not an issue. Any email, even if it was sent to or from the phone, is the email address, and those are archived. We have all the emails. It's the text messages. Those things we don't have. And I don't know if they existed or did exist. Who knows? For someone to say, oh, you destroyed public records, you don't know that. Because you don't know it was there. All you know it was cleaned up. There may have been no text messages. Or it could have just been text messages to family or friends. Unrelated to the city. It's not a public record. But if one option would be for city-issued phones to archive text messages. We could do that. But it's going to, I don't know how much that costs. But it's also going, you're going to have to go through it because if you have a city-issued phone, a personal text is not a public record. So you have to kind of work your way through that. It's no different than the emails. We've had discussions about emails. We archive the city emails. You get an email to your personal email address, it's related to city business, you have a duty to send it to the city. The city doesn't have a duty to go monitor your emails and retrieve it. That's your responsibility to do it. I know Kelly's done it. I've seen her say it several times. Same with personal text messages. We're not going to archive your personal phone, but if you get a text message, it's your responsibility, not the city's responsibility to track you. It's your responsibility to send that to us. It's your responsibility to tell your constituents, stop sending me information this way. Send it another way. Because it puts a big burden on you and staff to have to make sure we archive things properly. So the easiest thing, I don't say it's easy, it can be easy, but it might be expensive, is we could, if we're gonna have city-issued phones, then we can archive those text messages. We have the emails, we've archived those. I think we've archived Facebook, all, as much as we can, but public records are difficult in the age of social media. It really, really is. We've discussed this with our social media policy that we've debated for a while. Keeping track of that stuff is tough. It really is tough. And it puts a big burden, not so much on the city staff to collect it, it's a big burden on you and the city staff to get it to the clerk so they can archive it. The clerk doesn't know what's out there. So it's tough. And I know the expenses, I know Lee, I think he's told you, I guess, talk to a forensic auditor, or these other places that you have to narrow down your issues to see, and that's why I believe staff is doing. We're trying to narrow down, not we, I'm not involved in that. Staff is trying to narrow down the issues to see what we don't have. And then go and try to get the information from individuals who may have it. And then see if we have anything that causes concern, in which case it would be a much less expensive process for the forensic accountant to go look at that issue, as opposed to come in and just say, hey, just look at everything. That would be very, very expensive. And I believe that the forensic accountant or auditor advised against that, because basically you're just doing a wild goose chase. You'll just spend tons of money. You need to narrow it in and focus it on certain issues. So, and obviously staff they're doing it, they can talk about it better than I, but you know how staff, the amount of employees we have, you know the job they do, and so they're trying to fit this on top of what they already do.
We thank you.
Okay.
Anything further to add?
Going forward, policies and procedures is what we need to look at. where we're at with, if that's a possibility. Maybe that's Archive Social also can address the text. It's maybe a possibility in there, but I know you've already done it with spending, and I know you've when you came in, there was quite a bit of a, I'll be honest, there was quite a bit of a mess. And I thank you for, getting us where we are today. But there's still, obviously there's still some remnants, and something that I mentioned, and I know Scott, you probably will remember, about 2 years ago, about our public records, the state of our public records and how they're being maintained. So that is, big picture of where I think we need to look at is our public record retention, not only what we were talking about here with missing information, but what we currently have in our file too.
If there's any humor in this entire event, I don't think there is, but in my office now, because all our employees are leaving, I have a place set aside in my bookcase for a cell phone heaven. Every employee who has left had a cell phone, which is what we're talking about, the text and everything else. So we're not going to be redistributing those. We're probably going to go to mobile radios. So there will be no text. Again, emails are automatically routinely.
Trying not to say being texting on the city phone.
Yeah. Most of these, I don't know how to use it.
Thank you. And these are good things to put on the report. Commissioner, we still got two more on public law.
We have found that there was problems in the past, and policies and procedures were haphazard and stuff. And the staff has been tightening them up and improving on them, and I think we're going in the right direction. We're probably not going as fast as the public wants, but government never has worked fast. So the public, please bear with us. We're trying to correct it, but it's going to take us some time.
My last statement is going to be, city administrator, once we have the courage in this community to change our charter, so we have a city manager instead of city administrator, it doesn't have to run every single little piece of something through here. Their job becomes much more efficient. And they can put together policies and procedures to take care of all of their employees. We're running an antiquated, we're running a present day business in an antiquated system. And some of these things are directly related to that particular problem. And I can only tell you, if next time you guys see an amendment come up for a charter review, and they talk about replacing the city administrator with the city manager, please think twice, think long and hard about, what we're really doing. Because we are in the 21st century, and it's the way cities are run anymore. We may be a small city, we have a small field, we can keep all that. But the mandates that are put on us, the requirements that are put on us, require the job to be done a little bit differently than we've done in the past. So beyond that, what I really don't want, I don't want the operation to kill the patient. I really don't. And that's what I'm afraid of. So anyway, I've said it.
Okay, we do have another speaker. It's Grizzle.
The city subcontracted the mowing out to the city. And I put a bid on it, and I didn't get enough. And Mr. Robert Paul got the contract. But the issue with that is, he was using city equipment and driving city vehicles around, not he's not city employee, so why is he using city equipment? He's a subcontractor, he's supposed to have his own equipment. That's an issue. And I put in job applications for public work, never I put my application in, never got an interview. It's just an issue that needs to be resolved. He shouldn't be able to use city equipment or anything like that. And he was using it. So why wasn't that caught on? And now he's an employee. I don't think it's right. Not at all. You know, that's like me. I did work in the past city. That's like me. I know the parts and stuff. That's like me just saying, okay, I'll mow, but that means you're mowing. It won't happen. So I think that should be addressed. You shouldn't be able to be a city employee, if you ask me, because that's wrong. I mean, I put application in. Why didn't I get a call? I mean, I didn't get nothing. That's all I got to say. You shouldn't be able to get a job.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I have a comment on this. So what was your name again? Jane. When was this, I assume this was an RFP for the mowing, and this is before you? The gentleman has merit.
Before me, or it was not brought to my attention, but I had no idea what the gentleman speaking of.
The gentleman's complaint has merit. If the equipment's being used by the contractor, the equipment, city equipment, it's an unfair advantage.
I know.
All right, I know you can see the same thing I'm seeing here. Perhaps to the 1,017 things you have, we make it 1,018 and take a look, go back a little bit and take a look at this.
If I could ask the gentleman to call me tomorrow or call me tomorrow.
Did you hear that, sir?
And give us some details of time.
Yeah, if you would please share some background with the city administrator, and this is a city administrator function. It's your job to bring it to the commission. It's my job as a commissioner representing the public to take it a little bit further if I feel there's some merit there. This is not to take away from the previous discussion either, but this is a fact, it sounds like. And so, yeah, thank you. That's all I have to say on there.
Is this the same route hall we're going to be talking about later in the meeting? Just the name Robert Hall came up, so go on the light that we're addressing that later on in the meeting.
There is a Robert Hall coming up, yeah.
So we'll come back to that. Okay, the other, last one on the public forum is Joy Taylor.
Hi, Joy Taylor, 208 North High Street, and I'm just here to invite everyone to Halloween story time, where we turn a porch into a stage and share stories with the Lake Ellen kids. This is an event this year for the first time, is presented by the Lake Ellen League for Better Living. They've brought this event in under their umbrella, which I'm really excited about, because they get a lot of help. And we have this year, through donations from companies, we have over 100 books to give away that are brand new to the kids in Lake Ellen, as well as we pull out all of our overstock books. And so we'll have books for the children and the parents this year. We have turned the porch into a shadow puppet theater, and we have some teens who will be performing and illustrating the books as they're read by our volunteer readers. And I know we have 3 former volunteer readers up here on the commission. And we're just so excited this year. It's on October 23rd at 6 p.m. The craft this year.
Can you keep it down?
The craft this year, the kids will be making their own shadow puppets to take home with them so they can tell their own stories when they get home. And of course, we'll have prizes and treats and candy to give away, as well as books. But it's a celebration of reading and sharing stories, and of course, Halloween. And so I've got some invitations here.
Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes our public forum portion. It is going to be 9 o'clock. Let's take a break till 9:05. Grab some cake and walk around and share. Take a 5-minute break. 9:05.
Appreciate you getting up there and saying something. I was wondering if you were gonna say something.
Yeah, you know, it takes a little bit to get my ears going, so.
Brett's first thing. I know. We got some tough decisions. You guys do see it? I'm not too much. Totally different. You know, they've got an established business, small established business plan. It's easy for them to come to this here and say, this is what we're going to be. This is where we're going to go. Here's our money. Because they have the experience. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Like Ellen, right? I went with you. And so, both are going to do what? Is she too bad? Yep. Some of them don't understand the Lake County brands and some of them don't. And eventually, make a hand. I mean, I had that deer that had like that's the whole thing that got me upset with JC. You know, first war that moved out of Florida. Huh? It's tough on me, yeah. Just like that young lady said, she was educated here, kindergarten, at Lake Helen, and then moved to San Diego, and then came back, come back here for this. It's right there, and you get it right when you let it exactly. I really got to get into it. Got into meat potatoes. I love what they do. That's what they do. I love it. That's like I said, man, it's a tough decision. This is a hard one. And it's one, we have several big hard ones coming up. I advise Lee to have and we may be able to use on the and I'll let Alan know, or you can tell him too.
Let's get started. I'm not too sure about these cupcakes. Now we're going to have a sugar rush.
Hey, Joy. Hey, Joy.
Okay, folks, let's get started. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Commissioner, ready?
Born ready, man.
If you could take your conversations outside or downstairs, please, thank you. Okay. We're now moving towards number 8, our consent agenda, and I will read these items on here, and Commissioners, please review them. And if there is an item that you wish to pull so that we can discuss, please let me know, and then we'll go ahead and approve the remaining. First item is section A is acceptance of bills paid for. B, establish November 10, 2021 as the November monthly meeting. Veterans Day is a city holiday. This year occurs on Thursday, November 11th. A regularly scheduled monthly meeting day. The city hall is closed on holidays, and staff recommends the commission meet on Wednesday, November 10th. Number C is closing city hall during the Christmas week. If commissioners take a minute there and review that. Item D, funding increase in miscellaneous engineering work authorizations. Letter E, Volusia County School Board requesting waiving a water bill late fee. And F, event request for the Butler's Express train during the month of December.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull B.
B?
B.
And C.
B and C. Any others, commissioners? I would like to pull E. Which one? E. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, Mr. Bassler, you guys. Motion before?
I was gonna say, we just about done everything now, we just take
Not yet. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda on only items A, D, and F.
A second.
Did you say, excuse me, D as in dog?
D as in dog.
Okay, Mayor, did you say you want to put D or E?
E, I'm sorry, E. D and F were, one more time. I will go ahead and make this motion to accept the consent agenda for items A, items D, and items F for acceptance.
And the second. Okay, we have a motion. To approve the consent agenda items A, D, and F.
I'll second.
Oh, we have a second by Preston.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any discussion? Anybody? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Okay, letter B. Who wants to do? Yeah.
I'm looking at our policy book, and underneath our holidays, we have New Year's, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Good Friday, which was added in 2019, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve Day, Christmas Day, and the day after Christmas. And we have never had Veterans Day off, nor has it been closed in the past. I'm not saying it's not a holiday worthy of shutting down City Hall. I'm not saying that at all. But if we're adding additional days off to close City Hall, that these are paid holidays, have we budgeted for them?
Well, that's my error because I saw that on the website and that's how it was. And I told the city administrator, hey, it's on a holiday, there is a holiday.
And really, the budgeting side of it, excuse me, Mayor. The budgeting side of it, the money's the same either way, the workload will change.
Well, that's it. Yeah, okay. But still.
Last year?
No,
We worked on Veterans Day
Last year we did?
We worked, yeah.
Some of her concerns will be addressed in my future motion.
So are we, it's,
I'm ambivalent one way or the other. If City Hall, if they can get the job done, they'll take it on up here. If you want to do it, we can. If we don't want to, I would do it the direction.
okay. So commissioners, this was something that's on the website and I just looked at it and it looks like we have a holiday.
From a military family, I absolutely understand and I respect it. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page here, because Veterans Day wasn't in the past.
So what are we deciding to do? We're going to close on Thursday. Have a meeting on Wednesday?
Have a meeting Wednesday.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's have the meeting on Wednesday, the 10th then.
Okay. Thursday's off, meeting on Wednesday.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but I defer that. That's all it is. Just-
Okay, so that was just gonna say that.
Because it'll change back to the other Thursday next year.
Right.
This is just a
Next
one-off.
month, actually. Okay.
Can we go ahead and talk about E real quick and get that out of the way? I'd like to go ahead and make a
Okay.
motion to waive that, because I know that's where you're headed to.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, the reason.
Oh, you go ahead, because
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah, I pulled out because, I don't understand, maybe the city administrator can explain. I know that we have a contract that says we can't waive fees. We've had many people come to us about waiving the fees and, we didn't waive for them. And then I just don't understand if, was this an error of delivery or was a check, sent in a certain day and was there discrepancy there? I have an issue saying, let's wait for them, and then we haven't raised it for other people, other occasions, and I have an issue with that.
They dated the check the 14th, and they tell us they mailed it the 14th. We didn't receive it till the 26th. So it could be the post office was delayed, it could be that it sat on someone's desk for a week before they mailed it. I, can't really tell you either way. That's why I'd like to kind of bring it to you and let you decide.
I would be comfortable with waiving a fee if we weren't waiving those fees for our customers in general.
How much is the fee?
$25.
25?
Oh, $25.
In the name of relations with the school, I would be in favor of waiving the fee, but I certainly understand what everybody else is saying is good for the good, it's good for the gander. I'll be more than happy to pay the $25 out of my own pocket that way. We don't have to worry about it. If I recall, like, most of the citizens come up with a complaint about being given a late fees, we usually waive them. I'm not exactly sure on that, but from what I recall, and one or two that we.
Anyone that I've seen come to you guys usually. So that hasn't been that long.
Yeah, we're not up here a lot waiving late fees. I don't see a lot of them coming in, a lot of hardship, but, you know, we don't know how this happened. I'd rather go ahead and just be a conscious community commissioner and say, yeah, okay, 4 days late. I'm late at water bill, I'll pay it. But I'm late, I know I'm late. We don't know what happened here. Right, so that's me. I'd like to see us waive it. And I don't think your Commissioner Basco or anybody out of the audience for that matter should have to pay for it. Very true.
We want our administration to have a working relationship with the school. The school does volumes for the community in most respects, traffic out. Okay, and so in maintaining those relationships, the reason he's coming to us to suggest that we waive this. And I appreciate because if somebody comes here and asks, I have a good reason, you know, and to me, I'm respecting the administrator. If he's coming here for that to ask, I don't have an issue with it. So I think it should be waived. I think it's good business. I'll do the will of the commission.
Okay.
Or make a motion that we waive the, late fees for the county school.
Yeah, that's a motion.
Did you say waive?
Waive.
Okay, I'll second. Save you $25.
Okay, all in favor of waiving, say aye.
Aye.
What did you say?
I didn't say it.
Oh. What did I say? Nay. And I say nay also. The motion passes and the school gets the late fee waived. Then let's go to the next one, which is, C. Closing city hall for everything.
Yeah, closing City Hall. Only reason I look at this as a vendor myself to other cities and other groups and other governmental agencies. And we've all been notified that most of our governmental agencies and partners are all closing that 24th, part of their holiday calendars. We've closed on that Friday the 24th as well too, because all our customers are going to be closing. So that's my point here is that I believe it's going to be more traditional for most of your vendors, most of your suppliers, most of your contacts. I can't speak for the law firm down there, but you know, I think most people will be closing on that 24th, and Tuesday would be a normal operating business day again. And so that's where I'm headed to with this. And I'm going to defer to the will of the commission as well. I'm just bringing that out because we've already published our holiday calendars, our holiday schedules, our holiday cruise, things of this nature, and so have our customers in turn with us. 2 maybe are open Friday, maybe 3 if you count the Public Works Department of St. Cloud. So I would just see us, I know what you're trying to do here, and to streamline and to minimize that at the same time. I think it's traditionally, I think our city employees and workers have looked for that, especially if it falls on a Saturday this time. And again, this is just a one-off because it moves to another year, another date next year. But again, I'll defer to the will of the commission. I just wanted to bring that out.
So what would you recommend?
Just leave it, just take Friday off and have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, go back to work Tuesday. Monday's going to be a legal holiday anyway. Or we can do a half day on Friday if that's something that's even better, something of that nature. But again, that's just what I'm saying.
What I was trying to do is minimize the impact of the week between Christmas and New Year's by taking traditionally New Year's Eve would be a holiday, but take it as a holiday and stick it over the next week. And I have to admit, I confused myself writing this thing about 3 times. But and it's not, the time between Christmas is not a vacation or a holiday for employees. It's an opportunity to close the city hall, and if anybody wants to take vacation, their own personal vacation or PTO time, they can, because the city hall will be closed. They can come in and work if they want to. The city hall will still be closed, they can come in to work, public works, things like that. So it's still a working time in the city, but it allows people to take off the vacation during that time if they want to. It's not that we will pay them a holiday.
Would you mind if I ask a local staff member who's present? Dominique, would you mind if I ask you, as a worker of the city of Lake Helen? How do you feel about that?
I mean, full disclosure, I'm gonna be on vacation that week.
Okay, well,
Whatever you
good.
choose to do is up to you.
Fair enough, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. I can't ask your staff, because your staff is, you know what's going to happen during that period of
I
time.
do think traditionally, just, City Hall has been closed, kind of in that in-between. I know we were last year.
Yeah, City Hall was closed all week long, I thought,
Yeah.
in between Christmas and New Year's, right?
It's on the phone.
Now,
We took personal time, though.
we use the word closed, if there's an emergency situation, all hands are on deck, correct? Yes.
the employees usually are spaced out on, because I know when we did in the fire department, not everybody could take the same week off. You had to split it up to be able to keep the fire department running.
Well, and the police department has to work, as Commissioner Connell said, but unfortunately, they don't have an option. But for the office staff, we try to space it so we only have one person off at a time. We only have 4.5 to start with, so you get two, and that's a big hole in the donut. So we try to keep that up. Public Works, Secretary takes off, the whole department's on. We don't do that.
I studied the policies and procedures manual and for the holidays and presented this as a motion that I want to make to redefine the holidays of the city of Lake Helen also are closed and holidays for eligible employees, which, pay and compensation. All the red is what I want to add. And of course, some of the stuff is struck through for the stuff that gets removed. So it would add, because you're already saying the Monday following the holiday is going to be observed, putting the Monday after Easter, because Easter's already off, it's it's always on that Sunday. You're talking about the day before the holidays, taking it off. Well, I put down at 12 p.m., which is 12 noon, the day before Thanksgiving and the day before Christmas Eve. Having Christmas Eve off and Christmas Day off was already on the list, and the day after Christmas was already on the list. Added Veterans Day, although I didn't put any before or after because it's a standalone holiday. And then New Year's Eve Day, because traditionally people are usually off New Year's Eve and New Year's. And then changing some of the compensation for non-exempt employees that are called into work on a designated holiday will be paid for the holiday 1.5 times their regular hours for those hours worked. Exempt employees will be allowed compensation time, comp time. And what used to be a different day, off with pay. Comp time may be accumulated, but must be used during that fiscal year. And I talked this over with some of the police officers earlier to see how it will affect them. They said they have a different program that they use. So, it really wouldn't have that much of an effect on them, although they like the added holidays that are in there. And they're planning on bringing it up when they do contract negotiations anyway.
How does this impact the budget? How does this impact the budget?
Once again, it doesn't. It just impacts the amount of work that gets done.
Yeah.
Most of them are already being compensated for that when they work, so.
That's the first thing I thought of, too, so, figuring it out. Before we go on to this. I'm gonna give you a motion for B. Yeah, we haven't made a motion for that, I'd like to,
Where do I know?
No, we're here discussing that
Right.
C.
Yeah, I know, I just didn't know where we landed.
Well, it kind of covers
Yeah, it does,
B and C.
but they're individual.
We already did D, so I just wanted.
We didn't vote on B.
Colin Brassel, we did D.
I think we made a motion, but I don't think we voted on, did we vote on B?
No.
Oh, okay, so we just have a motion by
There
Colin
was a
Brassel.
consensus.
How did we just jump there? How did we just jump to C? Oh, we didn't make that.
No, I thought we did.
We went from B to D to C. B to E to C. Yeah, B to E to C.
There seemed to be a consensus, oh, okay, got it.
We had consensus, yeah, we had the consensus, but we did not take it to a vote.
Can we wrap that up really real quick?
Yep.
Yep,
Mhm.
okay, so there's a motion by Colin Brassel to, hold our meeting on the tenth, have Veterans Day on the 11th. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
One thing I want to point out about that, so everyone knows, the elected officials will lose one day of term. Not to compare, but to, especially you have a term, and they're supposed to take office on Thursday, now they're taking office.
Or one day before, so we should,
You know what I'm saying, the incumbents will lose one day of term of office. Not the biggest thing, but I just want to make sure I understood that. Now, I looked at the charters to make sure it wasn't worded in a way that would create a problem.
that would be a problem.
No, it just says that you continue to serve to your replacement is seated or something like that. So it's weird, the newly elected person will take office one day earlier. Then if we didn't do this, that means their term will be 2 years, 1 day, your term will be 1 year, 364. 64 days. So just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Okay. I mean, if this is gonna affect anything in the future. If the charter,
Yeah, as an aside, Mayor makes a valid point I was gonna make at the conclusion of this item, I'll make it now if I could say to you, in that, depends on where the community feels out there, and this commission has a certain manner already. This would already be decided under a city manager form of government, it would never even come to us.
All right, we back on C again?
yeah, we're back on C. We're just skipping a little bit through.
So Roger, is this a motion that you need to?
Yes, or? Motion on C.
Yeah, I'll have to close out C, but okay.
My question, Lee, is, did you discuss this proposal with staff?
No.
Okay.
And I would just question, if the employee is called in, the exempt employee, and the comp time earned had to be in the same fiscal year, you have somebody called in Labor Day or that, and you only have 30 days to use up comp time because the fiscal year ends September 30. So, and it could be 1 year, within 1 year.
Calendar year rather than fiscal.
Yeah, so fiscal year, just say within the calendar year.
Yeah, that would be done within 1 calendar year from the date of turn, that's fine.
Would,
We jump back off C, back onto this.
yeah, I want to go back to C because I want to start back to a very good question that Commissioner Bowser brought up. And since we still have ways before Christmas break, maybe you can sit down with staff and then just bring this back up in November and.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, my experience with tradition was that 1 year.
Yeah, I hear you.
That way you can meet with staff and just get collaborating.
What precipitated it?
Well, I'll be back in November.
Okay, good enough. So, we're just,
So we have no one made a motion, we just table it?
I would not vote on it.
Not voted?
Table it, yeah.
Right, not voted. Okay, so come back. Okay, now let's go back to this, Roger. Looks like this is an addition, but included into this.
yeah, just rewording that last compound, I gave you that must be used within a year of earned. Calendar following earning.
will require a little more accounting. How many more days is this average?
Well, we already voted on ending Veterans Day, so Veterans Day, which is right now.
I thought that was just for this year.
For this year.
Well, this is making up the rest of the time.
Okay, so that's one.
The Monday after Easter is already addressed, that when the holiday falls on a Sunday, the following Mondays shall be off, so that's just there. The request, for having the day before Christmas Eve or coming in to work Christmas Eve, I don't believe in boys working on Christmas Eve, that's usually when you're getting ready for Christmas.
I agree.
So, and a lot of times when I've come in to the city hall, they said, well, we usually close at noon the day before the holiday. So, coming in for half a day of work the day before is a chance for everybody to wish everybody happy holidays and stuff like that.
But basically formalizing what's already happened.
Yeah, formalizing what's already happened. The only day that's really added is New Year's Eve day, which wasn't listed as a holiday. That's usually when people are really celebrating the day. January 1st is usually when they're recuperating.
Yes, which is really the important thing.
So the Monday after Easter would be a new day, and.
Well, not really, because.
Not really, because you're already.
It's already there.
Oh, because it was, yeah,
Monday
okay.
after
But we're
holiday.
formalizing it.
But I noticed on the calendar, I believe it's now a federal holiday.
It's a Catholic holiday.
So really what we're talking about is Veterans Day, New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
2 days.
Mhm.
2 days.
Well, that happens. Yeah, before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but that's what's happening anyway. Right?
Just-
It does kind of alter see a little bit where he's talking about staying open on December 24th. I said, no.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm good with this schedule.
Somebody will make a motion.
My motion. That's my motion.
I'll second
Motion,
it.
redefine.
Okay. And,
Yes.
It just changes just so the calendar.
any more for discussion, commissioners? There is a motion by Director and a second by Councilman Johnson. If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Any discussion on that or not?
Discussion?
On public
Yes.
comment.
Well, please, come on up.
Thank you. Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. I'm not opposed to holidays, but I just want to point out, if you're, and I'm not quite clear what you're doing, but if you're adding holidays, you're changing compensation packages for city employees that were already established in the budget last month. I just want to point that out.
Can we make sure that this gets, distributed?
Okay, there were three, motion passed to approve this redefining of the holidays on the calendar.
On the record, I voted no.
Yes.
It's a dollar thing for me. too.
Okay. We do have now, moving on to, well, that concluded the, consent agenda, old business. Request the city commission authorize the purchase of ground penetrating radar for utility operations, and I'll pass this over to the, city administrator.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, this particular item has been on the agenda, at least twice. The first recommendation was for a piece of equipment costing $27,000. That is the top of the line of the particular brand that we are seeking. There are actually three separate models, one for approximately $13,000, and they all have the same penetrating force and the same pictures on the screen showing what's below the ground. It's just the difference is how it is recorded or saved or being able to be saved to GIS or other mapping facilities. So anyway, the 13,000 will show you what's underground, but there's no way to save the picture or locate it by GIS to a particular location. If you go to the 16,000, which I'm recommending, you have the ability to save it, and eventually you have the ability to change it into GIS mapping, which I would like to eventually be able to get us into, but that's still a ways down the road and is expensive. So by having a $16,000 piece of equipment, we can modify that, do the same thing that $27,000 would do, but it would take a separate action to install the equipment. So, what I'm advocating is we buy ground penetrating radar. We do it for one model below what we previously discussed, instead of 27 or 16. Yet still having the ability to upgrade to the full capability of the top of the line. The need for ground penetrating radar is something that has become obvious to me. I was leery of it at first, I will confess. But as events have taken over in the last couple of months, there have been situations called my attention where this would have been an ideal piece of equipment. One of them was offered or locating the 6-inch water line on the east side of I-4. The people that are building a billboard out there needed to know where the line was, and our people were out there literally the entire day. There's no maps, there's no locations. It was just trying to probe the ground to find the line. Very, very inefficient. If we had it at the water blade last Friday, we would have been able to locate not only the main, but the connecting valves and the entire system. It would have been a much easier way to locate that and turn that on. We also had a lot of requests to locate our water lines for other contractors. There's a program called Before You Dig, and it's an obligation then that we have to locate our lines. If we cannot locate our lines and a contractor breaks the line, then we're responsible for fixing it. If we locate it and they still break it, then they're liable for fixing the water line. We get those frequently. We get those a number of times a week to locate. This would be very easy to go out and locate. Again, it's just a matter of passing the ground penetrating radar over the approximate location, and it'll pop up showing exactly where it is. And there's one other feature that I think that we often overlook. And one of the things I want to tackle in the future is the idea of our cemetery and getting their cemetery in good shape. Right now, we want to do a survey, but we know the fence is not in the right place. We know there are grave plots outside of the fence. There may be burials outside the fence. But we have a new area we open up, or we have places that are already sold and want to be used. We want to be able to make sure that we don't have a pre-existing grave in that location. This would allow us very quickly to go out and determine if that plot that is supposed to be vacant is vacant. So I know that sounds strange, but we need to do some work on the thing to do it the way it should be. So anyway, that's my recommendation, is we buy this particular piece of equipment.
Yes, please, read it.
A couple of things. I know this is a piece of equipment that Rick Moss has been looking for a while, and it will continue to operate suitably, and it's a good idea. I understand that we were thinking about maybe outsourcing this work, and if that's the case, would the company that outsources have the tools to do this, and would we not need to purchase it? That's just one question. Another one is, if we don't and we hire a new public works director in-house, I would want their feedback on a particular type of piece of equipment, because if they're used to, if they know more about this stuff than I do, and they want to gravitate towards a specific something, because this piece of equipment is good for, 6 or 7 feet, but I found that this one over here will be 8 or 10. And so that feedback is important. Then the last question is there a training component to this, whoever's going to operate this piece of equipment? So I'm just wondering if we're taking all those things into consideration before we do this.
Okay, let me start with the last one. There is a training component and it comes with the equipment. People are trained. And I am advocating that we do an outsourcing of the operation and management of the water system with a particular company. But the breaks in the lines, it should be our responsibility to locate those and fix them. They will be there because you have to have a Class C operator present when you have a water main break. They will be our Class C operator. They'll be present, but they won't have their equipment there. We'll do still the locating and repairing. I can't remember the first one.
It was if you're going to outsource it or if you're going to hire somebody.
I'm advocating with the outsourcing, it's obviously up to you guys.
Either way, you need a piece of equipment.
Yeah, I've talked to, there's a group called the Florida Rural Water Association, which somehow is dedicated to helping small cities. We're a member of that, and they are a help. And I've talked to them, they have a piece of equipment that they can loan us, but it's on a several-day notice to be able to get it. The last time we got it, the battery was dead, and it just was not a good arrangement. So it's a piece of equipment that I think would be well served for us. And my very concern, I'll be honest with you, was that it did sound like Troy. Is this really a necessary piece of equipment? And I think we could put it to good use.
Quick comment. You pick up the yearly subscription rate though, because they're quoting 3 months in the quote, and it's $267 every quarter thereafter.
Yes.
Okay.
It is, again, it's not an inexpensive piece of equipment, but I think we get our money's worth out of it.
Let's train more than one person, right?
Oh, absolutely. So we have one person, yes.
So my concern is, you said, when you were talking about the cemetery, that we have plots outside of the fence line. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Part of what I've not been able to study, spend a lot of time studying, is that the cemetery is very, very old. It goes back literally to the creation of the city. And things have happened there, like fences have been put up, trees that are small, maybe between plots are now covering entire plots. So some people own the plot and maybe underneath a big oak tree. And we have to relocate those plots to other places. Nobody's buried there, but we have to relocate to other places. So we just need to get it, we need to sit down and organize the cemetery in a better fashion than it is now.
Are the plots that are outside of the cemetery vacant?
Yes. Part of the,
There is a section of the cemetery on the north side at the end of Ridge Creek that is outside the fence.
With burials?
I don't know if there's anybody buried in it.
I don't, my understanding is that
Part of that guy's driveway is actually on the city's cemetery property.
So this is something that not only for the water department for finding pipes, this is also something for general maintenance and locating
exactly.
whatever's underground.
Recall, there was a gentleman who suggested we needed to locate and clean out a storm drain that went from Lake Helen over to Lake Harlan. And we knew where it was, we thought we knew where it was. It would have been very easy for Brickton where it was, but if anybody else, if Bricton's not there, anybody else could locate it with this piece of equipment too. So the storm drain, another storm drain would be easy to pop out.
Okay, well, it sounds to me like this is a piece of equipment that's gonna be used in more than just one direction. Because I know I did ask at the last time it was brought up about, whatever vendor we will use for water, on whether they have one.
They do not have one, I'm talking specifically, but understand that's not what they do. They're in the operation and maintenance primarily of the plants. And the distribution system, totally separate. Our plants are in excellent condition. The distribution system, I wish I could say the same. And that's where the problems are developing.
Thank you.
How much of the optional items are you looking at to add into the cost of the? It's saying that the optional items are not included in the quoted price.
Are you talking about the ground penetrating radar?
Well, it's listing the RS2 antenna, the prism holder.
No, it's
the DB9 connector.
No, all of that is upgraded to the GIS, upload the satellite interface sites. No, none of that. We just want the basic model that can be upgraded, which is the $16,695.
So we're only looking at the numbers, the 16,695.
Correct. That particular proposal.
Well, considering we don't have a guy here that knows where everything is, I think it's more emergent today than it's been before. So I would make a motion to approve it.
I second that. Rick, request the site before you let.
Mr. Turner?
Can you include in that motion that you're waiving the city's purchasing procedures because it's a sole source? We're waiving the bidding requirement of the city's purchasing regulations because it's a sole source.
Is this a piggyback?
Sole source. Is that included within your motion?
How long will the bidding process take?
I'm sorry?
If we use the bidding process like we're supposed to, how long would that take?
My understanding is there's only one major manufacturer, it's a Swedish company that we're recommending. I don't know of any other manufacturing stores.
That's the one that we was talking about, yeah.
Okay, that was the question I asked. If you put a request for proposal out, how long would it take to get the response?
Typically, it might take 30 or 45 days from writing to putting out.
Is this so urgent, we need to have it before then?
Yes.
Yes.
Sete is already behind on dig tickets because he doesn't know where the lines are.
Okay.
And those people are gonna hit our water lines and that's
Then
a
I would
whole other
include,
issue.
then I would include waiving the bidding process because it's an emergent situation.
Is that included within your second?
Okay, so that's, because it's a sole source and emergency. Anybody wish to speak on this? Please come on up and state your name and address right over here.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I just wanted one clear question.
I'm sorry, state your name and address.
My name is Alex, 1017 Lake Helen, Osteen Road, Lake Helen, Florida, 32744. I was just wondering, so we're buying a piece of equipment, we're training people to use that equipment, and we're gonna have a service that has the same equipment to do a secondary job, or is it one thing or the other?
No, the company we're going to be retained to do the operation and maintenance and management of the water system does not have a piece of equipment. It's called the Rural Water Association. It has one, but it's not well maintained. It's not here. It's in, I think it's in Ocala. We have to preserve it, we get it. And this is something we use several times a week. But the people who we're talking about hiring for the management and operation of the water system does not have this piece of equipment. And quite frankly, doesn't have a need for it because they primarily deal with their plants, not the distribution system.
So why do we need that secondary service if we have the equipment, when we have training.
We have two parts of the water system, we got plants and distribution. Where companies or management would be the plants, the distribution is ours. There's nobody going to be helping us on that.
Well, thank you very much.
If there are no further questions, there is a motion on the table here with, from Commissioner Basso and a second from Commissioner Eckert. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone with that? Yeah. Without there are no's here, motion passes. The next one up is the engineer proposed Royal Park stormwater and Michigan Avenue, Pleasant Street sidewalk, and Mr. City Administrator.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, or the commission, excuse me. This particular item appeared on an agenda several months ago and was withdrawn. But it is in relation to a program that you may have seen in last year's budget, as part of the wish list to be completed. The southern end of Lake Helen, around Michigan Street, is sloping off into the lake. It's not stable, and it needs to be reconstructed with a stormwater project. It would be funded by the American Rescue Plan. A component of it also would allow for the future site development work that would occur in Royal Park. As you know, the commission agreed to do the base work for any construction projects within Royal Park. And this would allow us to have a complete survey and site plan work done for Royal Park itself, as well as the sidewalk of Pleasant and around Michigan Avenue as part of the stormwater project. Total engineering is $40,000, again to be paid for by the American Rescue Plan.
So we started doing the work in the project, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Before we have discussion, I do like our community. I have a speaker on this topic, Leila Walker.
Video open 715 Queens Road. Now, I understand a lot of the stormwater stuff, so if you will bear with me on this. Okay, so, because I did read this way through this one, but I'm not sure that there. Anyway, so I know we need to do this because I had called Commissioner Preston and I said, I thought we already did the stormwater, and she said no. The stormwater has to be done on that road for whatever it is. All right. What my question is, it talked about items not covered and assumptions of would that be explained, please? I mean, this, okay, the stormwater needs to be done, obviously, because I think we're behind in a lot of our areas, correct? But what do we need? Why is all this other stuff put in there? And, is this talking about the legacy project? Is this what all this other stuff is here? It says items not covered in assumptions. Would you please explain that to me?
We actually have the engineer in the audience if he survived this long. They can answer the question. But to answer your question from a layman standpoint, yes, the work that would be done on the stormwater project would facilitate a site plan for Royal Park that would be for a legacy project that we've already agreed to do for them.
Okay, but so would it cost less if we weren't incorporating that in it?
I'm sure it would probably cost a little bit less, but there's the next gentleman behind you.
It's good, okay.
Do you have any further questions, Betty, before we bring them up? Like, keep your time if you have other questions on that.
No, just, okay, so basically we're doing that, but we're adding something else so we can put the legacy project there?
It's not a major part of the program. As a matter of fact, it's a very minor part of the program. But since the engineers are out there, we've asked them to do the same time they're doing stormwater. They've got to do all sorts of surveys and high water marks, low water marks, elevations and grades and everything else. Since they're there to do facilitate the foundation survey work for what would eventually be available for any sort of improvements done in Royal Park, whether by the legacy committee or anybody else.
One of the beauties about this too is a lot of them that's fully funded by the American Rescue Act. These are monies that are part of the COVID Rescue Act.
But that, yeah, okay, I kind of understand that. I'm not gonna say I'm just questioning a lot of this stuff. Okay, so basically, it's not because that's gonna ever be built or really built or whatever. It's just because we happen to be doing the stormwater, so we're doing something for the future. Whether anything is built on it or not, it's gonna help that end of our life.
You recall from, I guess it's been 6 months ago, the commission agreed to do the foundation work, not a foundation, but the basic work that would permit any improvements to the park, any improvements be funded by the legacy group or any other project. The city not fund the actual improvements themselves.
What we'll do is we'll have the engineer come and speak, and we'll answer some more questions. Thank you, Betty. Can we have him speak?
She's asking.
Oh. Okay.
So I see something in there where it says for
demolition.
What exactly are they gonna be demoing? Is that the stage and the old pavilion?
If any, what he's saying, what video says, what's not included is any specifications for any demo. That's not something they would be involved in.
That wouldn't be in there.
But
I know the commission said that they were going to do that for the legacy project, that they were gonna do the engineering. But I believe that was if they had 75% of their money to do the project.
You're right on the 75%, but it wasn't for the foundation work, it was to actually, we're gonna construct the program, but we're not gonna start until they have a certain percentage of the funds already raised. We're not gonna start it on a promise, we're gonna wait for money comes in. But the foundation, and again, I don't want you to be confused by the foundation being an actual foundation. All of the work, the surveys, and the studies that need to be done to permit sites to be allocated within the park, we've agreed to do that. That's what it is.
Let me just ask this question. So if we do the engineering for it and say they don't raise their money for 3 to 5 years for the project, we were gonna have to go back in there and re-engineer it at that time, I would believe, because things change.
No, well, see, that's what we're saying, is we're just gonna do, it's a plain vanilla generic, site plan, which will allow people to build in certain areas because they'll be designated for that, but it wouldn't have to be re-engineered. Now, specifically if somebody's gonna actually build something particular in the spot, you may have to do some particular engineering around that spot, soils perhaps, something like that, but it wouldn't have to be re-engineered, and nothing may ever be built there, that'd be fine too. So, in other words, this isn't gonna be money wasted, it's just simply saying, now we've got the basic area engineered, things need to be planted somewhere, to be done here, we'll have the engineering for it.
Just state your name for the record.
Nancy Berry. I would like to formally ask that we keep a tally of the monies spent for the legacy project. And I'd also like to remind you all that nothing on that project is supposed to be started until after most apartments get started.
Anyone else before we bring our engineer? Mr. Engineer? Thank you.
I'm just curious, is that comment coming from the Parks and Rec Department, or is that coming from you personally?
Me personally.
Okay.
From what I witnessed.
Okay, just clarification.
To answer Derek Wayne Scott, ECT, Control Health. To answer the last question, Melissa Park survey was approved to get that all we need, and we distributed work orders to our subcontractor for survey.
Surveys?
Yes. That's going to give like on the groundwork to do the bulk of the Melissa Park project. I don't think they need our services for like that. Do need our services for the survey. There's one. The exclusions in the contract that we propose are simply services that we do not perform. They exclude permit fees. Your consultants are not going to get permit fees. The company would ask for the fees from the administrator. When we do ask for fees, we supply the fee schedule from agencies. St. John's has an online fee schedule. Mr. Administrator, I need this fee, here's the background, please get it from finance department. Ship it back to me and I'll take care of it at the same time. So there's other exclusions in there that are similar to that. Architectural services, we're not architects. So we put a list of exclusions in there to be clear that, yes, we're going to do some preliminary groundwork on some engineering. It's going to include wetland delineations, which through the district is going to identify where you can't and where you can build. And it's going to shrink up the site plan. They're going to come out and do a wetlands delineation on Lake Helen. We're going to need that for the stormwater improvement, which is a separate component which is included in this contract. And also, if we want to do that sidewalk from existing Royal Park south to the, I believe it's only question side, that's included in this proposal as well.
Yes, so that'll tie that sidewalk all the way.
Yes.
There's no utility line on that side, right? There's no utility line on that sidewalk.
Better get our detector first.
Excuse me. No, I was just wondering if there was any utility line.
We'll find out as soon as we've got that machine.
Okay.
You want your system to manage that?
So you guys have any utility on this, if we find out as soon as we buy that machine.
A few months ago, this commission approved the stormwater master, water system master plan for DCP. We have finished those exhibits this past week, and one of the series of exhibits that I'm going to present when we get the document drafted and ready to present to the council is, here's a map. We don't know what it is, and we don't know where it is. And I looked at it, and my eyes popped out of my head. I think we'll be revealing to the commission, the residents, just how much we don't know about your water distribution system.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before you go, when you're doing your survey and engineering work, will this include the stabilization capability from Michigan down to the lake edge?
That's correct.
So if we need to do any reinforcement in there, you're gonna point that out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
No, so my question is, I couldn't hear about the demolition. Now, the demolition is that the concrete pad in the pavilion that's currently there?
We presented a proposal for this project that is going to be collaborative effort between me and city staff. So whenever city staff comes to us and asks for it, that's what we're going to put in construction plan. I don't know that yet because we haven't been awarded the contract.
And the sidewalk plans along Michigan Avenue to Pleasant Street, going to the equestrian park. I mean, are there, I guess you just said you don't know if there's any pipes or anything underneath there right now, is that true?
It all starts with the engineering work, the surveying and the engineering work. That's what all starts.
To construct the sidewalk, you don't go very deep.
Right.
Hopefully, those drains are at least 30 inches deep. There are some in the city that are not 30 inches deep. But to construct a sidewalk at grade, you're only digging down approximately 6 to 8 inches, sometimes a little bit more.
Yeah, but we wouldn't want to put sidewalks on top of pipes that are there.
Every other city in the state does.
Quite common.
That way a resident can't put a shovel through it.
Yeah, it's quite common.
It's common to put it on and then you already know you're
Well-
gonna replace the pipes and then you're gonna pull them up again?
No, but typically,
That's not what I was suggesting.
That's
Not
how
you,
it's-
I know you're not.
New construction, you would put the
I
water
understand.
main under the sidewalk.
Right, but our infrastructure is all needs to be pulled out, and we know it's ridiculous.
We'd like to just bring us to meeting and put meetings forward because we have another hour left. Did you have something else you wanted to inquire about?
So,
I'm not comfortable with even beginning the demolition, because in the previous meeting, you said, Bassett, you said that we would not begin, no shovel would hit the ground on,
Once
Or
again,
the part
the
is
demolition is excluded.
no, it's a part of phase one.
Well, demolition could include if a section of the road that needs to be cut for a pipe to go in, demolition of that section of the road.
Well, maybe my answer wasn't satisfactory. I still need to collaborate with city officials to figure out what the site plan is going to be.
Right. But this is, you're doing engineering work, correct? Survey engineering work?
Yes, and that's going to include conversations with what the vision the city of Lake Helen has.
What it needs to do, but not actually physically doing the physical construction.
No, we're not physical contact.
That's
This will
my-
come back to us before that.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Engineers don't do a lot of work, they don't do that.
Are you not gonna grab a shovel?
Sledgehammer.
Any further conversation here?
Thank you, Mr. Malley.
If there are no further commissioners, what's the decision on here? Oh, we do have a motion. Yes, we do. We have a motion and a second, and a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Vice Mayor Connell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next item up, new business. All right, we do have some speaker cards during some of these, and, Todd, what's the item on new business? I don't,
The league's, request for waivers.
okay, thank you. Okay,
That would be 10D, Mayor.
okay,
10D.
got it. Okay, so the first one up is the new audio and visual equipment, Mr. City Administrator.
Mayor and the commission, you recall several months ago, we had the very embarrassing evening of having our audio-visual system go out completely. It has been for many years, in my understanding, very difficult to work with. It's outdated. The equipment does not match each other in some cases it's simply very old. If you were watching, and I'm sure you were, this evening presentation, some of them, this particular projector is not very bright and it's very difficult to read stuff on the screen. We're not suggesting to replace the particular projector, however, because it is by itself a very expensive piece of equipment. What we are doing is we brought in 3 companies and they all made proposals on what they thought was best for us. The prices range from the one we're recommending, $27,000 per base, $21,000, per base unit, up to $97,000, with all kinds of bells and whistles. So our recommendation is to go with a company called Infinity. They install the equipment in Deltona and maintain Deltona City Hall equipment, so we know they're familiar with it. They're out of Sanford. So that's a particular piece of that's the company that we're asking that we go with. It gives the clerk a great deal of authority over the other visual aspects of putting equipment on the screen, putting equipment on your TVs in front of you, your projector, your computers, and having the ability, we have iPads in some situations, so the historic preservation board, where the iPad could be drawn on, just like they have in football games, and show that the quarterback goes around here and it would show up on the screen, so everybody can see it at the same time. If there really would be advancement in that, but our primary goal wasn't necessarily to advance our audiovisual, it was simply to replace what we have with modern equipment, was reliable and would not be subject to the outages we had that one particular evening.
Discussion, motion,
I have
discussion.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
So the Infinity proposal that you're recommending, is right now, a rough order of magnitude, which is budgetary number, to precede a formal proposal to the city of Lake Helen for an AV switching and control system update with several options that have been produced here. So their base price at 21.5 times 20% is 25.8. Then, just so the commission and the public knows, that 25.8 does not include a new one of those, does not include a new one of these. The technology being presented here to fundamentally change the presentation, this and that will look the same. This, what's happening here, it will not change at all. What will change is how the presentations can be made. It will not change the nature of the speaker system, although I have a didactic voice, I can get past that. It will allow individuals to plug into wall-mounted jacks to present from their own device, and I present from my phone using HDMI. Just to be sure, we're talking about a $25,800 price if we get a formal proposal. This is the thing. I think the other two are a little bit more concise in that they try to include as much as possible what they feel. One is 77,000. The other one is huge, a little less than 100,000, which is way high. But the lowest one is indeed the lowest one for a reason. This equipment is not cheap. This equipment is not cheap if you expect it to last 2, 3, 4, 6 years in the technological environment. Moore's Law, technology will double itself in 2 years. So we're still going through Moore's Law, right? And we will for quite some time. I'm reticent to take your recommendation because I don't feel it's suitable enough to serve us 3 to 5, 6 years from now. 2, 3 years from now, we'll be replacing this based on the technology. Because a presenter's tech will not be seen with the lower resolution of this 2K unit here. So we're putting 4K input to a point where a 2K output will only output 2K to a screen that's not based at bringing that resolution out to the public. With all due respect to the Shoestring Theater earlier this evening, I don't care how good that program would have been, what we saw here was as good as we're going to get for $21,500 plus 20%. I just want everybody to know that. And right now, I think we need to do better. I think we need to be more concise in what we want with this. This is a chance to do something completely different up here that will bring us back again a little bit further out of the sand, so to speak. This is my concern here.
I appreciate it. I perhaps have been too conservative, but my goal, I guess, was to do this over several fiscal years, budgeting additional. You're absolutely right. This thing is ancient and it produces a very poor quality. That screen is a home screen that you have for home, not for a commercial application.
And it's not even this kind of, this projector screen is used for the old what's that?
3 color jobs?
It's a 3-colored projector style. Because it captures the.
And another important point that one of the first things I'd want to add, I haven't been mentioned, but the acoustics in the room is horrible.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the sound
deadening on both walls and back in the enclave there behind the dais. But those prices varied among the 3 competitors dramatically from 8,000 to 20,000. So what I was intending to do is once we selected a contractor, then to work with them individually to pick out sound deadening equipment that they would recommend, let us buy and install it ourselves. But to me, that's what I would do first before I do the camera and that, but certainly the camera and that need to be replaced. What I was really trying to do is to, again, save the embarrassment of having 20-year-old equipment sitting in that box and having us go out during very critical public hearings for the DRC. So I've been too conservative.
Well, even with the rest of the options quoted here, and I'm not proposing we go to this large amount of money, folks, just don't get me wrong, I just want to make sure this is out and being transparent. If we were to include the options that Infinity had quoted as options that these other quotes have provided, their quote is still lower. Their quote is $63,000 versus the next lowest, which is phase integration, and that was at $77,000. The phase integration proposal and the other one all include this. Because to me, it just makes sense if you're gonna spend $21,000 or more, 21,000 plus 20%, 25,800. We don't even have a formal proposal because we haven't told them what we want. The other two companies told us what we wanted, told us what we need. So that's the other part of it. They told us what we need. This company is telling us what we should need. And I understand Infinity, and I understand the other two, and I know a little bit about this because I present for a living. So that's my 2 cents worth.
One of the options for that screen incidentally is kind of interesting in the camera. One of the companies proposed 100 diagonal inch TV screen.
Yes, that
Which
was.
would eliminate the camera and the screen, but it would necessitate replacing our seal, which is behind the screen, which I didn't even know existed for 6 months.
Yeah, well, I take that back. That 63,000 would end up being 63, 10, 53, 51,000, 58, yeah, 51,000. Yeah, I think so.
I'd like to have more information from them on their size of the screen, because 100, I mean, you're talking about, you go into Walmart and get a 105-inch screen easily, maybe a little bit larger than that, you know, for $1,200. And they're giving you a choice, the first choice being a projector with a screen, like a home theater type screen, and then the second one being the LED flat panel monitor. Last, you know, well, you're already doing the acoustic panels, but they're doing fire resistant cloth on there, so I'm not sure which one you get. So, and updating the speaker system. So I'd like more information from that first company, the Infinity company.
Mm-hmm. And I have to echo Mr. Eckert's comment about the 100-inch LED, 98-inch viewable area. That's a huge piece of equipment. We presented to them in mosaics. We'll have 4 or 5 of these put together, right? And I don't think, I mean, 14 grand is a lot of money for those dudes. I don't think I've ever seen more. Well, they got markup in here, so they're going to take them. I bet their markup is 40%. Let me check.
Well, again, we're not proposing to buy those this year, but perhaps we need to. Let me suggest this, the hour is getting late. Let me invite the company with the lowest proposal to come in and address the commission on the ideas there. And I think you'll find it quite informative.
But then I asked you then, how is that an unfair advantage to the other two?
I don't see it.
And I don't want to put the commission in that position.
Well, that's what we tried to do for you, is to narrow the field.
Well, you wanted to bring all 3 of them in, or the commission want to narrow it down to 2 and get 2 and come in and talk to them? Because I think we need to talk about this with the vendors that are going to be installing it, because this can change the way people present to us, which can change the community's mind, which can change the commission's mind, which can change the vision of the city.
Lee, what is it exactly that we need right now so we don't go without audio?
What we need right now is the basic 21,000 package that we're suggesting, and Infinity has the least expensive package in that regard. But it is an interesting science, and again, we learned a great deal as we went through it with all three of these vendors. And you're right, we could spend $100,000 and, it would be an amazing system.
But just because we can doesn't mean we have to.
Oh, no, you don't have to at all.
And to get us right now, we've had problems with our recording system. This is handling our recording system. This will help with our audio, and this also includes video recording for the people outside of being. So I mean, personally, my opinion is that there's, what I've heard from the citizens, and I agree with this, is that there's lack of communication. So now that we have opened up our meetings to YouTube Live, which is a great big thing, that if we continue to have not only those, our meetings recorded, but where they can understand. Because there's one thing for the meetings to be recorded, but there's another thing for it to be recorded where that audio is going to go directly to that camera. So, or wherever the camera's gonna be. And I feel that Infinity's offer for the basic package to move forward would be a great thing. There's options for us to budget in, maybe move things around during the year and see where we are, see what we like, kind of, adjust to what we need, because it's just like opening up Christmas presents on Christmas Day. There's 3 packages laid over in the corner because you're not ready to play with them. So this is something in that realm. Let's focus on what we need and what we can provide our citizens. But I also want to, I heed caution because as I'm sitting here, just want to let you know, I have water dripping on top of me. And before we go and put a 100-inch LED TV that costs $14,000 and all this stuff, I've got water dripping on me. And there's mold. So I agree, we need to have the audio and the visual, but I do not feel that we need to even entertain that until projects like this is taken care of, because if we have this going on, you're not gonna have a building. So that's my point, and I would be, was there a motion out?
There's no motion.
I would make a motion so we can move forward with Infinity AV and Security for the base price of $21,500. And if you can get it cheaper, that's awesome.
It's gonna change. It's not a base price, though. This is estimate based on this is pro forma budget. So you're making a motion to accept the proposal as written, but we don't have a final price yet.
Okay, well, that's my misunderstanding.
Plus or minus 20%.
I'd be more interested in, bringing them in as an educational tool, if nothing else, to inform. So this is not my area of expertise, so the more I can learn about it, the more educated decision I can make. But it could create a responsibility. It could create a situation where they can come in, explain to us, we tell them specifically what we want, et cetera. And then we have to put it back out to bid again, now that we fine-tune exactly what we want.
I think you find it very entertaining, and it may not be the right word, but certainly educational, to have these people, at least the gentleman we're recommending, as a little bit, because this is what they do for a living, and it's a very unique science. I know I found myself to be very well educated just from listening to that. Although we'd like to get it underway, I think a month is not going to hurt.
Okay.
Lay ahead that person back in November.
So let's see, we do have a motion by Commissioner Braxton, do we have a second? And without a second, the motion dies, and it looks like the consensus is to get more information and bring them back. Is that it, Commissioner? Do you have a date that you'd like them to know?
I know the November meeting is going to be filled, and for the public knowledge too, I'm bringing forward the charter amendment commission too on that. I wanted it tonight, but we had way too busy agenda tonight. And so, but November, I want to talk about the charter.
So he wants that to be put on.
Yeah, he knows that, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
and then this, you want to put it for December?
I'd say, I don't know what the agenda's like on November beyond my little thing.
So November, let's just get this moving forward. So, will you have a city administrator November, December, whenever you see that, you can fit it in the agenda. If it's, is that okay, Commissioner?
I can put the motion now, but the agenda is still approved.
Yeah, and I echo Commissioner Frasco's sentiments. I mean, it's not great what we have, but it's not broken either. And
It broke once.
it broke once, which is, proceeded to where we are now. At the same time, you look at this unit, I mean, she makes a valid point about the AC infrastructure inside here, so. But at the same time, I know this is not broken, but it might break again to where we cannot fulfill our public duty to make this proceeding available to the public.
Okay, can we move on to the next item? The City Hall electronic marking, Mr. City Administrator?
Mayor and members of the commission, we have investigated the equipment necessary to replace our current marquee sign out front, which is, as you know, the slip-in letters going out whatever we feel is appropriate. We have 4 lines, 5-inch letters. The particular piece of equipment that we would like to replace it with is all electronic. It can be changed instantly from a select number of cell phones or iPads. And it is coded so nobody can hack into it. There's, only people under 16 can hack into it. But the proposal that we have would allow the existing framework to be saved. They would clean it, repaint it. The sign would almost be identical in size. It's actually only about 4 inches shorter. It's the same height. It will. We do have one thing you need to know about. Our sign ordinance prohibits flashing signs. So we have to keep it steady unless we need some sort of exception in our sign code for it. And the purpose of the sign code is so you don't distract drivers. And we don't want to do that. So we'll just have to work with that and see how it would work out actually, how often we would change. An example for 4th of July, the fireworks and celebration. That probably wouldn't be a very bright idea under existing ordinance. But anyway, this is the proposal we've come up with. We've brought in 3 companies, we've got 3 bids. This is the one that we feel is the best. These 2 are very expensive pieces of equipment. The one we selected is actually, it was never sold. It was a demonstrator used by the company at various shows of this particular type of equipment. And now it's available for sale. A brand new one, incidentally, like 3 months out. It's probably sitting on a ship in Long Beach Harbor right now. But again, it's one of the things that are caught up in the supply chain. So nobody really has a new one available. This one happens to be available and happens to be about $10,000 less than a new one. And we think it's a good buy. If you're inclined to replace the old mechanical one that's been there for, instead we try to figure out how old that sign is. Nobody knows how old it is.
You asked, buddy?
It's,
You asked, buddy?
no.
That's okay.
I didn't.
Been there a while.
It's been there a long time. I asked the museum people, they didn't know.
Do we have a picture so we can show the citizens of what you're proposing? The image here from our signs? Thank you.
Yeah, while we do that, can I ask another question? Do you mind? Is that all right with you too? Help me understand why this sign doesn't violate code.
help me understand what I'm.
why it doesn't violate our code, because
It would,
it does violate our code.
If we had it in a flash mode or
Scrolling.
scrolling, or it would violate our code. And that's what I'm saying, we need to figure out if we really need to have the movement or the flashing lights as part of our display. Right now, we don't, of course.
Or why should we have to set an example of trying to manipulate a sign that doesn't follow our code? And we're trying to set an example for our business and our residences, and installing a sign is clearly prohibited.
Then you're absolutely right, with that feature is that we wouldn't be used.
So I just want to make the commission and the public aware.
Personally, we went after the thing simply not for the flashiness, but for the ability to change.
I get it.
Decide rapidly.
I still get that.
Yeah.
I still get the need.
Yeah.
It would have been so helpful for the boil water limits. I get that. I get all that. To me, it goes back to the example of being a good steward of what we enact. That's what I go for. I go for setting the example as best I can. I fail sometimes. It's okay. I'm human, but I still continue to strive. And so first thing I thought of was, well, hell, I can't put a sign like that in my front yard.
No.
And form masters can't put a sign like that in their side yard.
We can't do it in our part.
Is the police sign an LED sign like that? Am I in middle?
It's, theirs is to plastic with the light behind.
It's a backlit, it's a backlit fluorescent sign.
So I understand the need for communication, and I believe me, I hear that more than anything, that the amount of communication needs to get out there. I don't feel that this is necessarily the way to go right now. I understand we're trying to meet history with modern technology, and I applaud you on that. But when it comes down to the brass tacks, our dollars right now, I think that there's more emergent projects that need to be looked into, like restoration of City Hall. And I think that's maybe in the future down the line, but once we open that door and we do it, next thing you know, there's gonna be one over at Fox Glass. There's gonna be one, over at Rock Plaza. So we're gonna change the complete dynamics of our city.
Well, maybe make sure we're on the same page. What we're advocating is simply having this sign read what presently is out there, 4 letters, 5 inch high, or 4 lines, 5 inch high, would not sparkle, would not have anything that would be illegal under the ordinance. We would have the ability to do that, but we would not do that. So it would not be.
Unless it's your size, you just gotta get a special exception.
But I do understand, if you're using it in a steady form, it meets our code. That I do understand, I did see that. But I have 2 things. One, it changes the way Lake Helen perceives itself with our historic heritage, with our charm. And trying to grab a hold of that, to keep held on to it's gonna be hard. If we're showing that we're, moving in. Now, like I said, I applaud you for trying to meet history with modern technology. But this is where my second part comes in. I just don't think we're there. Financially, we gotta work on the building itself, and I'd rather see us put the money into the building than out on the street for the marquee. And I appreciate staff going out there letter by letter, and I know it's not easy, and sometimes it's late at night or hot in the middle of the day. But we're talking about $15,000.
We are. It's interesting, on the boil water notice, we had a number of citizens suggest that we needed to come up with a better way of notifying the residents. So I went to four other cities in Volusia County and asked my counterparts how they notified everybody. And they were all the same. They did knock on doors, or they did door hangers, or they did website, or they did social media. And nobody had a marquee up front, so they didn't use that. We don't use social media. And the one that we did have an advantage on, and we did on TV too, because we had 1,500 customers to notify, and it was almost impossible to do door hangers and knock on doors. One of the things that we have that other people don't have is a marquee where we could, on a main street of the city, put up the current events, if you will, for the boil water notice, and then also to rescind that notice when it was over with. One of the things that I was going to explore further with this, because there seems to me there should be some way where that sign can somehow be reflected on our website. So if you go to our website, you can see exactly what's on the sign out front. So if we change that instantly, it also changes in the website. I'm not 16, but I think we can.
Understand your concept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we hear from others, because we still have like, all these stuff.
I don't know if we're gonna finish this tonight.
Yeah, so, do you have anything to add, Mark?
As much as I like the technology and everything, I have to agree with Kelly on the building need to be taken care of first, especially since we're gonna have to add a higher amperage circuit out there for the sign. Will the building be able to handle it? We need to have somebody come and figure all that out. Let's get the building fixed and up to par, and then we can take a look at the sign again.
The building can handle it. Yes, the building can handle it. Something with that.
That's it? Did you want to add anything to that?
Not one.
Can we work on the website a little bit more?
Can we stay on this topic and we'll come back to that in a minute?
That's part of the, notice. Yes, ma'am, I'll defer.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is, if we don't have any more conversations on this particular topic, we do have a speaker. Anyone? Speaker? No? Okay. Okay, do we have a motion on this?
Move on.
No motion? Okay. Let's go, did you want to bring that up, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The next item is review police chief employment applications and selection of finalists. Mr. City Administrator.
Mayor, members of the commission, we've had 32 applications, 36 applications. 36 applications, that's right. For the position of chief of police, you've reviewed them all, and independently you have told us your top 10. We have compiled those, and there are 6 finalists that have gotten either 3 or 4 votes. Nobody got 5. So 3 or 4, so a majority of the commission. And it's up to you now to add or subtract on that list that you have. To finalize this evening, we will begin the process of background investigation. City of Orange City has volunteered to do that for us, which we appreciate. And then set interviews for sometime in November for the position of chief of police and make a final selection. I have thought. One or two directions here, I feel like we're preparing an injustice. We've asked Officer Mullins to take the role over, and collectively, a significant number of us chose him to be in this. I think it's a disservice to everyone who puts their application in. If we are intending to give the job to Chief Mullins, if we're not intending to give the job to Chief Mullins, then his name should be removed from the list, because we know more about him than anybody else here. So I think one way or the other, okay, we need to either
do the right thing for him, or do the right thing for everyone else. I don't my own personal feelings, and I'm not gonna shade that concept with what my personal feelings are, but it just seems wrong to me to go either, to leave him on the list and then discount him after the fact, or drag everybody else along in this process when we're gonna pick him. I just think it's wrong.
Any other discussion? So what are we doing tonight? Are we picking?
Are you wanting a smaller
Yeah.
list?
You want a smaller list, or were you asking for interviews?
No, I'm asking you to finalize the list so we can begin the background investigations on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or more than that, for that matter. I will interject my personal observation, and I agree with Commissioner Basso. When I was in the business of looking for a position in city management, it used to hurt the heck out of me. When they had a person on staff, they intended to, but they wanted to make it look good by having 4 others drug in, and they had no intentions of hiring us. So it used to bug me. But that's my personal observation. Anyway, so no, what I'm looking for is a list of finalists that you would like us to do the investigation on and set up interviews if that's appropriate.
Based on the list that you sent back on the voting that was done, there's 3 of them on the list that got 4 votes: Troy Bennett, Robert Mullins, and Tim Zander. I mean, go with those 3 that got the most votes already.
I've said one piece.
Commissioner Preston, do you have anything on this? Well, I've had the pleasure, we all have, to work with Officer Mullins. And I think he's a stand-up officer. I've seen all the work that he's done over the past 6 months, and especially with his officers, the morale has completely changed. I mean, I see smiles on these guys' faces. So,
Well, they have done.
Lighten it up.
No, thank you.
but if you're asking for anything smaller than a 3, and we're all comfortable with going for that, let's have that conversation now. Rip the Band-Aid off.
I'm just saying, I don't want to go through an exercise of interviewing people if he's our guy. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, I've always maintained it's gonna come down to Mike Walker and Robert Mullins anyway, so that's my particular position. The elephant in the room is, are we gonna hire Walker, or are we gonna hire Mullins? Right? Right. That's where we're headed to. So,
I didn't say right to that part.
ma'am,
We have a process, and I think in all fairness, it should be followed, and I agree, for all these people that submitted their application that are waiting. Mr. Attorney, do you have anything to add to that for us up here?
They have submitted their application, but the next step, doing the background check and then actually interviewing is obviously more intrusive and more burden than just submitting an application. And are you legally bound to follow through with your process? No, you don't have to. But I understand what you're saying, you started it, maybe that's the correct thing to do, but you can also narrow down the number of choices. I understand how staff did it, it makes sense, the way they proposed it, but, Roger said it makes sense too, you got 3 people who got the top, that makes sense too. But one of y'all can make a motion right now, just to hire someone.
Right. The next point to consider, commissioners and public, is, and I don't mean any disrespect or any kind of political mechanization behind any of this. We have a race for the mayor and a race for the Zone 1 commission is going to be decided in less than 3 weeks. Do we wait on this decision until the new commission is seated, or do we go ahead and decide tonight? That's the next elephant in the room. So,
Well, since he was on one of the ones on the top list, I make a motion that we accept Robert Mullins as our new police chief.
I second.
Any discussion?
Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut. I'm pleased to hear you talking, going down this line tonight. I just want to say, it troubles me when a person comes in to an organization and commits themselves to a career only to, as everybody knows, skid glass ceiling. If you're going to put 20 years in or even more, knowing that when you get to that top position, they're gonna put it out to bid, and you have to bid with other people. Where's the incentive for a person to stay and put a career in? And if he doesn't get it, where's the incentive for the next person? I think that he's the man. I love Mike Walker, and he's been here a long time. He retired. Officer Mullins, I think he's gonna do a great job for us, and I'd say, vote him in. Thanks.
Thank you.
No further?
Clearly, you have the support of the people.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Frasca and a second by Commissioner Eckert.
The other way.
Or the vote round. Motion by Commissioner Eckert and second by Commissioner Frasca to bring in Commander Mullins as our chief. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With great respect to the service of former Chief Mike Walker, I also say aye.
And then I'm a huge fan of 5-0 votes, so I'll say that.
And I say aye.
Please, no, we have enough loudmouths up here already.
Yes, I have permission to extend this meeting. The next item up here is the request to waive rental fees for Hopkins Hall. And Mr. City Administrator?
Mayor, we have a list that was adopted in 2011 identifying the community organizations that the commission agreed to waive rental fees and for organizations that, for specific purposes. The League for Better Living is on that list for meetings only. They now wish to have an art gallery, an art show. The fee would be $300 for the Friday night, and then for Saturday and Sunday for the 3-day event, it would be $400 each. And there's a cleaning charge at the end of the thing. They've asked to be relieved of that obligation, but we don't have the authority to do it at the staff level, so it comes before you tonight.
Do we have event applications for these events?
Do we have an
Event applications?
Not for this one now.
Just like the one previously in the earlier packet, from the Butler Express, it was a event package that we, and I know they filled this out before, but this one. And that indicates all of the details of the event. And also in that, it also indicates what if there's any, hold on a second, let me see. It's on page.
While you're looking, that's a very complex application, and I would think primarily intended for outdoor events where you need police services, public works services. This is simply within the confines of Hopkins Hall.
So, Mr. City Administrator, just wanted to clarify, we're talking about the rental facility, correct?
I'm sorry.
Rental facility, we're talking about the rental, okay. Can we save the conversation about events if we just focus on the rental?
We are talking about rental, because they're asking for us to waive a fee, which would be the city sponsoring the event by waiving the fee.
I wouldn't say that.
No, you would not.
You know, what I would say is that League for Better Living is an organization that's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and put in an equal amount of volunteer hours for the service of the city for the last 50 years. If there is an organization on the planet that should receive preferential treatment, it should be this one.
When the original ordinance was written, the League for Better Living was not a 103 or 103, whatever it is, 501c3. And it only covered then allowing them to have meetings there. They've been expanding their operations into providing more events and everything for the city. And I know that is one of the ordinances that needs to be reviewed and updated. So until that time, I make a motion that we approve the request for them to use the facility without rental fees.
Can I get clarification? This is rental fees and cleaning fees, is that correct?
I think it's all inclusive from what I read here.
Because we've never waived cleaning fees in the past. We've waived rental fees for all of their events, but not cleaning fees.
We don't waive, cleaning fees, but I think that's something we need to discuss because quite frankly, there are organizations that clean it better, I think, than we clean it ourselves. There are others that don't even attempt to clean it. So it's kind of like a hit and miss. Probably the best is do some sort of deposit, and if it's cleaned up, we simply give the deposit back.
I remember in the past, that's something that we used to do. There was a retainer, they go in, one of the staff would go in and check, and then once it got approved,
I've done that.
Isn't the cleaning fee just like a deposit, and then when it's gone back and inspected, then it's given back?
There's a separate deposit that they get back.
Yeah, but the cleaning fee is that we send in our cleaning agent and he cleans the place up. But quite frankly, in a lot of cases, I'm not sure there's a lot of work for it. So I would suggest we do some sort of a deposit for the cleaning fee too. Wouldn't not on this one, but everyone.
well, probably what Roger was saying, just to go back in here, let's look at this policy, let's look at all these, organizations.
Until we get in there to revamp the ordinance, we waive the fee requirements.
We had to, schedule for November, we do all of this, but obviously time was of the essence for this particular one.
Okay, so that is a motion, right?
And I'll second it.
Do we have, any further discussion on this? We do have, speaker cards. We have Joy Taylor.
Joy Taylor, 208 North High Street, and the current president of the League for Better Living. I just want to thank y'all. You know, the relationship between the League and the city has been strong for nearly 50 years. It's a collaborative effort where we have our governmental agency and community organizations coming together to meet common goals. And I think that makes our organization unique in Lynn County in the sense that we're probably, maybe Friends of the Library would be another, but there are very few who really do, their sole purpose is giving back to city proper. And I think that makes us unique. And the art gallery is actually a food drive for outside the gates. The entry fee is a donation of food. And it's in February after the holidays when they need donations most.
Thank you. So, there's more speakers, let's get the speakers and we'll come back, okay?
I just want to understand, the waiving of the fee is for February's event?
It's for all events, but that's the one that came to light when we asked for that.
Tom Preston?
just got a clipboard, now I didn't need the whole 3 minutes.
Thank you. Luckily, I just shortened my 3-minute speech, I think, down to a minute and a half. Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. Of course, I'm here to speak about the league's request for the usage and fee waivers. So I'm skipping a couple of points, and I just want to read a statement. And I'd like you to consider where it's referenced from. And the statement is, quote, "The city hosts a biennial tour of homes and churches to honor its historic past that attracts visitors from throughout the region." You know where that statement comes from. It comes directly from page 13 of the Lake Allen 2035 comprehensive plan. In that plan, as the city begins to lay out its vision for the future, it touts the fact that it hosts a biennial tour of homes and churches to honor its historic past, unquote. The League for Better Living created, developed, and coordinated that tour and continues to do so with strong support from the community and the city. The Lake Allen League for Better Living's mission statement boldly states that they're committed to ensuring Lake Allen is and continues to be a better place to live. And they are, quote, doing so through sponsoring events and projects to promote community, history, culture, the arts, and a healthy environment. Lake Allen League for Better Living is a 50-year-old historic and priceless asset to this city, an asset that has been utilized as a foundational building block in the city's vision of its future in the comprehensive plan. So I respectfully ask that you consider the facts, realize the value of this historic asset which the city is so blessed with, and please approve the fee waiver request as submitted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Mark Parrish.
Mark Parrish, 139 West Park Street. I'm glad to see the motion on the table to approve. A little bit surprised why this came up, but it says that you're going to present a full review of the policy. I would urge you all to look at that policy and make sure that it reflects the practice in the past of 50 years of a venerable organization that has provided so much good for this community. And I urge you all to vote unanimously to approve the motion that's on the table. Thank you.
Discussion?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with waiving the cleaning fee for indefinitely, because there's so many different events here that every event's different. Some of them haven't even taken place yet.
Well, that'll get addressed when the policy gets reviewed on how they're going to do it, because like the administrator said, that it can be a combination deposit that's for cleaning and all that's in a deposit. When they go back and they check the building and it's cleaner than when they received it, then they get their deposit back, including the deposit for the cleaning fee.
His motion.
If they go in and there's a lot of work that's got to be done to bring it out, and they don't get their deposit back.
His motion was to approve the waiver of the fees and come back and review the policy. And we have a second by Commissioner West.
I just would like to ask one question to the representative from the league. Would you guys be opposed to leaving a deposit in place that took care of any cleaning at any particular time? And I'd be more than happy to find you a corporate sponsor to provide that for you.
That would be a huge help. We meet all the city's insurance requirements, and so, having to pay those fees, it's a cash flow over $1,000 per event. So it's a lot of money for a small
The cleaning fee is $1,000.
No, I mean for the whole, with all the fees and, everything involved, and then.
I understand that. I'm just
Yeah.
talking, I think you were just referring to cleaning fee.
I'm just talking about cleaning fee.
Yeah, so I think that's $150 or something.
Yeah, the practice in the past has been that the cleaning fee's been waived because, for all of our events, we go in and we clean, or sometimes we'll even hire somebody ourselves who will come in and clean. So, if it became an issue.
I'm just looking for a mechanism to appease.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if that's the only thing that's hanging us up, then
And you guys would be willing to.
We've funded a lot of the restoration work at Hawkins Hall.
I understand.
We care deeply about Hawkins Hall being well kept and do our best effort to leave it better to be founded, like
No,
scouts.
I can understand your concerns, because, not to have somebody rent a facility and then leave it a mess, and we have to pay to go take care of it. Come on.
That's why the policy took into fruit.
But if there is a deposit on hand at City Hall that takes care of it, and if there's ever an event that didn't get taken care of, the monitor is there.
And that's solving that issue. I know that the community club dissolved. I was part of that club. We came up and we asked you, please, we can't afford the cleaning fee. We clean it ourselves. It was a potluck dinner, and at that time, the club was over 60 years old. And that was the longest and oldest club in Lake Helen. Because we could not afford the cleaning fee, and we were just potluck dinners, everyone chipped in a buck, and paid the band. We lost that club because of that policy. So if we're going to put a policy in place, my job, as all of ours, is to look at our policy and say, okay, well, this is that policy. Waiving rental fees, I completely understand. But if you have a solution in lieu of, then I'm okay with that.
And I like that the city administrator brought that up, as a deposit, go and look at it and fix that. Do you have any questions? Would you have a-
Thank you.
And there is just for the record, Mr. Lewis Long, would like his conversation put into the minutes, so added to the document. And there's no further speakers. We do have a motion by Commissioner Eckert with a second by Commissioner Basso to approve the request for the League of Living to waive the fees and cleaning fees and rental fee until administration reviews the policy. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Commissioners, I'm gonna ask you to do It's 11 o'clock. Can we finish our agenda? We're gonna have to get through the quasi hearing, literally. We have two more items on here, and.
Mayor, can I preface the next item real quick?
Excuse me?
Can I preface the next item real quick? Just
Preface the next item, and the next item is the authorization for public works employee. Yes.
So back in January, February, you all authorized us we need to hire 2 temporary people. You took one of those authorizations away, one of them has stood. Mr. Hall has filled one of those temporary, positions. We have no contract with him. We have no long contract with anybody. It would come to you, of course. So what we have thought would be good, instead of him just invoicing us the $15 to just put him on the payroll, he would be as needed. So if there's no work to do, if he doesn't work, he doesn't get paid. It would probably save the city all the benefit money, close to $30,000. The other concern I heard was the insurance. Our equipment is insured, our property is insured. The employees aren't insured, it doesn't matter who's writing it. If we give them permission, they're covered. That's not unheard of. We let Heather Lindsay use our equipment when she's cleaning up after our events. So we're just kind of trying to formalize it. I don't know how any misinformation got out there about a contract, but we have no contract.
Thank you, Mr. Drager. I'd like to clarify one thing. Mr. Hull's aware he'd be a 1099 employee then, going forward?
Yeah, currently, but we're trying to put him just on the normal payroll. That's up to you guys. You want to keep him 1099, we do 1099.
There is no such thing as 1099.
Sorry, I was just terminology, sir, terminology.
Yes, he was aware that you will be receiving a 1099.
Terminology, sir.
So he's an independent contractor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Keep me out of trouble.
let's have that conversation there. Commissioners, can we move forward and finish this meeting?
I've got a question.
Yeah.
I've got a question about Mr. Hall. Since we've got so many vacancies in public works, he doesn't want to become a full-time employee?
No, we don't think we need him as one. I had a very, very good conversation with Sepe. We have him, we have Jason, who may or may not stay. We have the new gentleman we just hired. We will have Mr. Hall as needed, and then we will have one more vacancy, and these are all budgeted positions, currently budgeted.
And Commissioner Ecker alluded to something earlier this evening. Is Mr. Hall the employee that's currently having the yard contract that the other gentleman was questioning why he?
No, we have no contract with anybody. Mr. Hall's a temporary employee. He hasn't used our lawnmower.
Well, I should, yeah, so who's
He's
cutting?
also cleaned our parks.
So Mr. Hall is not the fellow cutting the yard.
He's cutting our grass. We have no contract with him. Yeah, he also cleans our parks. He's also been doing maintenance. He's also been picking up trash. He's a temporary employee.
It was one of those dead grapevine branches that was out there in the room.
Yeah, we have no contract with anybody for lawn maintenance.
So the comment earlier from this evening has no bearing?
We might have gotten quotes. I don't know if Mr. Mullen got quotes for lawn maintenance, but we have never entertained a lawn contract as long as I've been here.
Okay, with all due respect at that point, I should have liked to have known that when I was talking to that gentleman.
Sorry, I didn't want to be rude.
Be rude if you need to.
I'll be rude.
I mean, sometimes we just have to step in and be
Okay.
directive, right?
Okay.
So this guy is currently a temporary.
A temp, and we just want to put him on the payroll. Yeah.
Well, we're using the word way interchangeably here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a temporary employee or is
Yes.
he a temporary contract?
He's a temporary employee.
Okay, so we give him a W-2.
No. Because
He's
we
a
had
contract.
Sandy Mitchell.
It's not temporary.
Yeah.
Then he's not employed by
Well,
definition.
let me, the restrictions on the city administrator is we cannot hire people. Only the commission can. We can contract to situations, we have put him on a contract basis, a 1099, he's not an employee, but we want to make him an employee, so we need to come to you and tell you what we want to do. So we can have a temporary employee, since you're the ones that control employees.
It's just like what we did with Sandy Mitchell. He came in and worked and it was.
Okay, so I see here that we have a motion to approve the hiring of Robert Hill as an as-needed maintenance technician.
Right.
Has this position been opened up to anyone else?
Pardon me?
Has this position been opened up to anyone?
No. No.
The,
When we brought this person in, for lack of a better term, we were desperate. And he was available, he had a great reputation, so we brought him on. And he proved to be very valuable.
you do have the public works position posted on the city website still, and is that being, okay.
Yeah, they don't want to have to train more than one person at a time. That's why only one person's being hired. Stephanie wants to get him kind of settled and then we'll fill the other vacancy.
I'm reticent, I'll be honest with you. I'm reticent about the fact that we already have a disagreement between employee and contractor, and I echo Scott's sentiments there a minute ago, and I was a little bit, anyway, I'm reticent.
Just to clarify what this gentleman was
And
saying.
just for the record, you mean,
Oh, sure, you mentioned.
okay.
Before that, me. Just to clarify what the gentleman was saying, he was wrong about the contract with Mr. Hall, but Mr. Hall was using city property lawnmowers before he had a job here.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a job here technically. He still don't have a job here.
Exactly. So he is using city equipment, and he is not an employee.
Yeah, we just need to see that.
Okay,
Thank you, guys, city vehicle.
thank you. Any other discussion here?
It's just a minefield, man, we just need a city manager form of government, sorry.
We have,
Whack-a-mole.
Oh.
Well, I know Public Works needs people who are working with us, for lack of better words. So I make a motion. To be hired? Can you clarify that? Is it hire or is it?
We're asking the commission to allow us to hire this individual
As a part-time employee?
as a part-time employee.
But he's not an employee.
He will be.
He will be approved.
That's what they're asking.
I understand.
He couldn't.
This is the wrong way to
The
go
city
about it.
administrator, because he's a city administrator, not a city manager,
I
could not hire.
I understand, my brother, I get it. I get
So,
it. It's the wrong way.
so he had grass that had to be cut.
I got that too.
Okay, so he got somebody
to do it.
I agree.
Couldn't call them an employee.
I know that.
So by definition, if you're not an employee, you're a contractor.
I agree with that too.
Therefore, okay, we are where we are. Now, do we continue to penalize people for making mistakes, or do we just say, you
I'm
know
not
what?
penalizing anybody.
Well, if we don't hire the person that they're recommending for the job, I think it is a penalty.
I do.
And it's not only penalizing staff, it's also penalizing the person they are.
You and I were in disagreement on that.
Okay, okay. I'm just saying, we need the help. It's somebody that they want. It's probably a good idea. My only question was, has the part-time position been opened up for anybody else out there? So they do not feel discriminated against. That's the only question I'm asking.
We don't have any open positions available right now, and we hired this individual. Well, actually, we're proposing that you hire this individual, since I honestly don't understand the conflict.
So he would be taking one of the budgeted full-time positions, but he would only be part-time with no benefits. So we have a
I
full-time.
understand, we're getting ready to hire somebody.
Right, so
Doesn't this other gentleman want to do a contract in most of the city's property?
I have no idea who the gentleman.
I put a bid in to do all the city mowing.
Sir, would you state your name, please? and
James
address?
Waller, 220 West New York Avenue. I put it in bid to do all the mowing for the city. Before this gentleman was hired to do it, I put a bid in, didn't hear nothing. But then he comes in, starts doing all the mowing, he ain't a city employee, he shouldn't be driving vehicles around, he shouldn't be using city equipment. I also, y'all put up an ad on the computer for a job for the public works. I applied for that job. Did I hear anything? No. Did I get a phone call for an interview? No. I'm qualified to do it. I own a landscaping company. I've done work in the city in the past. I mowed for you guys. I mowed all the parks, cemeteries. I did it all. I didn't get nothing.
We never advertised for,
Public what?
It was one.
Excuse me, please. Mr.
did
City Administrator.
not advertise for a landscape mowing company to come in.
Anybody we hire does more than just mowing.
Right, I know that the ad is for Public Works, okay.
But he also said he put in an application.
Yes, I
So you
did.
put in an application for
Yes, I
public
did.
works.
I want, they picked the best candidates, that's all I can tell you.
No. It's not fair. You know,
Okay.
this ain't fair.
Well, thank you.
I don't know.
That's how you're gonna end it.
Who did you give the application to?
I bought it from the city hall myself.
Who did you give it to? What person?
We had 10.
I dropped it off.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. 1 second, please.
So who did you give it to?
Please come up here, ma'am. Could you ask a question? And state your name.
Kelly McNally, 220 West New York. I dropped off the application. I spoke with a woman by the name of Diane. There was nobody at the front desk. She told me to put it on the front desk and somebody would contact us. We also knew that we were gonna get a call. There was no call. He's well qualified for what was on, the website. So if you wanna look at the date of the application
No, no.
and go back to
No.
what was on the website, you'll see that he's qualified, way qualified.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm not questioning his qualifications. What I'm questioning is, I've made that a check and put an envelope for stamps on, and took it to the post office where I sold them. But no, I find out a few months later, it's still behind the,
Well, I did call.
yeah.
And
what
they said
found-
they only had a couple of applications and that they would start doing interviews. We never heard from anybody.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out where we're going with the cracks, that's all.
Well, but I checked on things, and if they're telling me that it's there and somebody's gonna call him, there's no call, I answer my phone 24/7.
Okay.
Well, what I'm hearing is that we did have, that there was an interview, there was 10 applications, and what they're saying is that they didn't have a conversation, they didn't get a phone call to come back and interview. Or they didn't get a phone call to say you weren't selected, you know, so that's what I see there. But we did pick somebody from Public Works.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to go back to my motion. Make a motion to,
Excuse me?
I don't speak of her.
Oh, sorry, okay, sorry, thank you, go ahead.
Jennifer Mullen, 271 West New York Avenue. I just wanted to say that there was an email that was put out by Lee Evitt that he was going to hire Bob Hall back in, not hire him, but contract with him. Back in August is when he was hired, contracted with. And he did put out an email, and Ricky, my husband, had said that he wanted to go out for bid. And there was email conversations, you can go back, I can pull them, you can pull them, between him and Mr. Evitt. And that's where all of this came about. And then he went and said, I'm contracting with Bob Hall, which is Sharon Hall, who works for the city of Lake Hill at the front desk, her husband. Okay?
Can't make everybody happy every day.
No.
No, you can't, but you can do things
Try to
by the
complete.
that are already.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to complete this motion, make a motion to hire Mr. Robert Hall as Public Works crew on an as-needed basis with no benefits.
$15.
$15 an hour with no benefits, part-time.
You still have to pay taxes on them, so it's just not,
Excuse me,
the city still paying.
please. Okay, we do have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion, commissioners?
It's just that if our temporary public works director feels that they need a, lawn maintenance crew, I think you can check with them, find out if they do, we need to put up a thing and go out for a bid, and that would
We're not at
relieve.
the end of the season now.
And I know, but still, in Florida, grass still grows, it just takes longer.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Commissioner Brasso with a second by Commissioner Basso to approve the hiring of Robert Holt as an as-needed maintenance technician at $15 an hour with no benefits.
And I'm the only thing I want to add to
For the motion or the conversation?
the conversation to what Roger was saying is, because it is a temporary position, if it's, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 6 from now, the city decides, you know what, let's just put this out for contract, let somebody else take the responsibility. Robert can, and that someone comes in and does that job, then he'll be laid off. He'll have a contract, but right now, the city administrator is trying to stop gaps.
This is someone that stepped up and helped us. We
Yep.
follow
Okay.
procedure.
Yep. That's-
So let's try to move this, motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. No.
And one no. Four ayes and a no. The next one is to appoint the special magistrate, Mr. Charles Cena, Mr. City Administrator.
Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Matthew Brands, our former special magistrate for code enforcement, has resigned. The city attorney and I have sought a replacement. We've located a gentleman by the name of Mr. Charles Sino, former city attorney for, I believe, Flagler Beach. He is interested in the position. And his fee is $150 per hour, which is the same as the last one. He does require 1 hour of preparation per session and transportation 1 hour. But again, we only use them when we have cases. It's not a routine thing. And we would recommend that the commission retain Mr. Charles Sino.
Commissioner, discussion?
No, I know that we need to fill that void also. Do we currently have any cases that are awaiting?
Yes.
And more than 5?
No, just we have one particular one of Matanzas, that's not correct, that we need to adjudicate. And we have several that are potentials. Yeah.
Well, I know that is a necessary, need to continue with our elemental procedures, so.
Did the vacancy go out for a bid, or is he just somebody that?
Actually, we had we had 3 people that turned us down. This is not a very popular position for some reason, I don't know.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
We contacted the ones that, I'm familiar with, who provide that service in Volusia County. And so we, there's who we reached out to see if they were interested in. I think, Mr. Cena was given to us by, Holly Hills. Yeah. So my other city representative contacted her and, she wasn't available to do it, so she recommended Mr. Cena.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Mr. Abbott, is this a 3-hour minimum or a 2-hour minimum?
3.
It's a 3-hour minimum, so is 150 an hour straight up, and then his other 2-hour minimum. So we have a $450 minimum here on this service. So do you try to combine then thank you very much. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the hiring of Mr. Charles Sino as the Lake Ellen Special Magistrate at the rate of $150 based on his term of a 3-hour minimum.
I'll second.
Any discussion? We have a motion by Vice Mayor Connell and second by Commissioner Basso, as read by the Vice Mayor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next motion passes. No opposed. Next item, purchase of police computers.
Mayor, members of the commission, now that we have a new chief, I would let you know the chief did a nice job in getting prices on his computers. We're looking at 5 mobile computers, 2 desk units. The chief has worked the phones on backing up the sheriff's contract. You've had a number of numbers within the short summation of this particular thing. Long story, now the latest number just came in this afternoon. It is $698.56 for the desk units. And it is the new number for the mobile units went from 1703 to, Chief, what's the last number?
The official number on the
mobile units, yeah. It was basically $100 more per unit than you have identified within the. Sure, you could remember.
It was 1837.
Yeah.
For a total of 5, which is $7 more than what the county purchased for in August of last year.
The number in your summation of 13,900 is really $10,582.12. So I would recommend these are Dell computers. They're good. They're hardened for mobile units. Desk units are typical office units. The mobile units are the ones that are more expensive because they're hardened for use in vehicles on the road.
Mr. City Administrator, you're saying that there is an edit here on this, is it 13,900 or 10,000?
The final cost for both the 5 mobiles, the 2 desk units is $10,582.12.
582, so is that what this motion will be for?
Yes.
Okay. 582 and how many cents? 12?
12.
Okay.
Just budgeted item.
I think it
Yes.
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 Did you want to add anything, Chief?
No, that's just a new system. Our all computers were bought in 2013. We currently have. And the new system comes online January 24th. Our writing system, our computer automated dispatch, it's all in one. And the computers we have now don't have the muscle to carry. So, which is why we made the new computers. And Dell was chosen specifically because they have a backlit keyboard, which is essential for the night shift officers.
Questions, discussion, commissioners? If not, there's one speaker card on this, Charlie Bishop. Okay, let's go.
I'll make a motion to purchase the police computers. And what was the total cost? Is that 13,900?
10,582.
10,580.
Do we have a second?
12 cents.
I'll second.
If no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote. To approve the purchase of 5 mobile computers, 2 desktop computers for a cost not to exceed $10,582.12. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you. We're now moving to our quasi judicial hearing. Please review the properties on here from A through I, and, I'm gonna
Mary,
ask,
you try to accelerate this for you?
I was gonna say ex parte no.
Well, what would, just, I know we normally don't do this, we give them an hour.
Yes,
Why don't we say, we're gonna treat it like a consent agenda?
okay,
We're going to make a motion to approve all these unless a council member wants to pull the item or a member of the public would like to speak on an item.
okay, so let me read them all, sounds good.
And then we still do, we do one clause, explanation.
One ex parte for all.
And one ex parte for all. And, we kind of, I'm not saying we're always gonna do this, but given this hour, this is a suggestion.
Okay, so we are moving forward with the advice of our city attorney to review them all real quick, and if there's something you'd like pulled, go ahead and pull it, and we'll approve after read them all. 121 North Summit Avenue, it's for a fence. 311 West Pennsylvania Avenue is for a fence. 340 North Summit Avenue is for a renovation and front porch. 141 West Main Street, single-family residence modification. 259 West Main Street, new single-family residence. 326 West Delaware Avenue, also new single-family residence. 440 West Park Street, new single-family residence. 475 West Garden Street is a pool. 191 West Main Street, single-family residence modification. So please take a minute and review those, and I'm going to ask for ex parte.
No, it's not.
None myself either.
I've reviewed these and driven by the sites. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, the next question would be, would anyone on the commission like to pull an item to discuss?
No.
No. I got one.
Which one would you like to pull?
I'm confused on item D unless they got a multiple Ds.
You are confused on item D?
Yeah.
Item D is 141.
Main Street or 259 Main Street.
259C.
One is a modification and one is a new.
It's just it's a typo. I didn't catch it before either.
So that's a-
259C.
He's in place and they're looking for modification.
It's a funny looking E.
Okay.
Mayor, may I speak?
Oh, yes,
Just to make it a
please.
little easier for you, the Historic Preservation Board approved all these as submitted with one minor change on some issues. So if you're looking at to do what city attorneys approved, it's a pretty clean slate from what came from us.
We're looking at that, yes, it appears to be so.
Thank you, Chris.
Commissioners?
If no one's going to pull any of these, then I'll make a motion to approve, item A through I on the judicial hearing.
I second.
Mayor, can we ask the public if they want to say something?
Yes. So we do have a motion by Commissioner Basso and a second by Commissioner Fausto. Anybody wish to discuss on this? And thank you, Chris Williams, for the input. If not,
And basically, the motion is, what we're doing is we're the substantial competent evidence to prove these as the written reports and approvals that have been submitted in, and you are approving them based on the recommendations from the historical board.
Correct.
thank you for your recommendation and your advice, Mr. Attorney. So we're ready to vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Maybe we'll start doing all these.
Anyone
I don't
opposed?
know, maybe we won't. Let's just,
Okay, so hopefully we'll get out of here very soon. Commission reports by zone one.
Yes. I had asked that we add the water boil, and looking at the recension, looking at the past, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I asked for the last few water boils. These are the only ones that staff was able to locate. There's something different that I've noticed in these, and I'd just like to have a little bit more clarification. But it appears that only the two from 2021, that being September 20th, 2021, and October 12th, 2021, have a document attached from the Environmental Health Engineering Incident Report, which is from the Department of Health in Volusia County. And I'd like to understand why the other documents did not have any state from the health department, why these weren't included. Well, we have it from the health department information. And this is, I'll pass that along. These are.
Isn't that something, Mr. City Administrator, or Mr. Attorney, her question, is that something that is helped by the company itself and not us, or, I'm just curious.
The decision to boil water was made by a class 3 operator in our case.
Right.
And once that order goes out, then the water must be tested to rescind it, and that process is controlled by the Department of Health.
So that's that.
That's Department of Health.
Right, okay.
We reported to them, Biometrics does the sampling, and takes it to a state certified lab. They don't do the actual testing. It has to be done by a state certified lab.
Right, thank you.
What about the previous ones? Now, some of these you weren't here for, actually, all of them you weren't here for, the other 3. So I guess I can't ask you on that. Or previous employee.
I think, I just looked at the Department of Health website, I don't know super well this information, but it looks like there's levels of if the pressure drops. I think some of these are based on judgments, but if you get to where you have a 0 pressure or negative pressure, then it looks like the statute says you shall do certain boil water notes.
So these all of these that I'm holding,
So,
all
I
are
think the
boiled
question
water.
is, were those reported to the health department?
well, that's
or
something,
not?
there may be some that, the way the statute seems to be written, depending on how low the pressure gets, it may trigger the Department of Health. We can still order a boil notice alert, but it's not triggered to go to the Department of Health. Looking at it, because I was just trying to, while I was looking at it while I was sitting here tonight. And it seems like there's different levels, and there's 20%, or if it goes down to 0% pressure negative, then the word turns to shall. So it looks like it's based on the level of pressure that has dropped in the water. That may have something.
Fire department, this is a 20% level. They will not go below 20%, but the level to report is lower than that. I forget what they base the water pressure of the earth being true on the pipes.
That, real quick to help you, because I used to be a water distributor for the city here. I was actually licensed as a distributor for the distribution department. You don't have to be a Class C, but Class C or licensed distribution person. So what happens is you gotta make a decision on when the water break.
Oh, excuse me, and Joey, I'm sorry.
Jessica Rushworth.
Thank you.
Great to Andy Street.
You get a second job.
Work too much in the city, I guess. Anyways, anytime that the pressure level drops, it's that time you have to make the determination if the pressure dropped enough with the outside pressure. So anything goes back into the system, it's like a backflow system. That's why they got the backflow system set up. It stops water sucking in. The problem is when your system goes down that low, that you have a hose in your pool, and that pool water will suck right into the water system and expand right through the water system. And that's where the difference is. And some of your differences in your testing is going to be is if it was centrally located in one area, because then you only backfeed that central area, or if you have to test the whole city depending on where it's spread out to.
Thank you.
To answer her question, is there a point where you have to notify the Department of Health, and is there?
At any time that you have a breach that goes into the water system, you're supposed to, contact the point of view for the health department for your city.
Okay.
Notify them that you have a water break, that you're rectifying it and you're pulling the samples, and usually as long as you let them know that you're doing any guidelines of the health department, they're not going to give you a big problem, just say follow up, let us know the results.
So but could we have a situation where the city may decide to, maybe we should do some boil water alert, notices, but we don't think we have a breach to actually have to notify the Department of Health?
No, at any time, if you go to do boil water alert, health department better know.
So
Yeah, and that's where these are here, and unfortunately, these are the only ones that staff could locate at the time. Also, I was made aware that there is a form, for water complaints that was given to, staff, and I asked for copies of those to see kind of where we are in the past with this, and there's no records. So as a citizen, I'm concerned. As a commissioner, I'm deeply concerned. Back to we either have records and they're not able to be located, or the records did not exist. So I know I've called on water concerns, I know neighbors of mine have, and so if those are concerns, they should be documented. And going forward, I would really like to address some of the policy and procedures on complaints for our water system. And also when we have a boil water, so that way we understand completely when residents ask us, what's the next step?
Can we instruct staff to contact the governing authority to find out exactly what the current rules and regulations are, so we can, if we don't have current policies and procedures in place, we can at least find out what we need to do going forward? It probably is. Okay. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, thank you. And I would just like to say, Veterans Harvest Center is being hosted by the American Legion Auxiliary, Unit 127, for the American Legion Post 127. Saturday, October 23rd, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Dinner, salad, drink, and dessert. And we'll have a live band, the Bodewinkle Band, cakewalk, silent auction of 50/50. Tickets are $10 for adults and $5 for kids. Thank you.
And I found out from them that the dinner is spaghetti.
Pasta, not spaghetti.
Is that your report? Is that your report? For those two, what do you have?
We're getting into holiday season. There's a lot of activities going on in Lake Helen between now and the new year. I encourage everybody to participate in them. Get the word out to everybody you know so that everybody can come in and enjoy it. Advertise.
Okay.
I was heard earlier that, and thank you for bringing it back to my attention, when are we supposed to break ground at Melissa Park, or where are we at on that?
That's a great question. As a matter of fact, I wanted to bring up this evening. You recall there were two privately owned sites that we arranged to close with the people who purchased them. So we're down to one privately owned site in the middle. About a month ago, a representative from that owner called and said that they'd be willing to sell that parcel to the city for $80,000. Yeah, that's basically what I said to them. And our appraisal, if you recall, is $27,000. So just today, I got a call from the person that said, if we pay the closing costs, which we have been doing for the other two, he'd be willing to sell it to us for $30,000. So it's a decision of the commission. It's $3,000 above our appraisal. He does say that he has an appraisal he'll furnish to us that says the value of the property is $30,000. So I would recommend we do acquire it. It will close out that hole in the donut, so Melissa will all be completely parked now. And then we can start planning. The funds are coming in probably after the first year from the CDBG money. That'll go toward the playground. We have 25,000 already in the bank, as you recall. And then we'll have additional funding will have to come from somewhere to complete the CARP project. That's all going to have to come.
How large of a parcel is it?
Pardon me?
How large of a parcel are we talking about?
It's a buildable lot, about a third, almost a half acre.
You said the appraised value was?
Well, the appraisal we obtained said it was worth 27. He obtained he tells me he obtained a value of appraisal that was furnished to us, so it's 30.
Oh,
And with the caveat that we would pay the closing costs, which we had already done for the other two, so that was not a concern.
Well, that'll definitely close that park out and make it a whole, make it whole.
It would make it whole. It would make it whole, and also, he would be willing to meet us in the middle. It would be.
It's up to you if you'd like to make a counter offer or accept his.
My personal feeling is I just leave it alone right now. They know that we're interested and they know we're not ready to pay the price that they want to pay. Just wait on it unless we're in a big hurry.
Yeah, so they're asking for 30 plus closing costs, and it's valued at 27.
Yeah. Everything's valued at what somebody's willing to pay for it.
Vice Mayor?
Why wasn't this on your agenda as part of your administrative report?
It just came in today.
Oh, it just came in today?
Literally, he called me today.
I don't have, I'm ambivalent. I want to go ahead and get Bliss Park started as soon as possible. We've been talking about it for 5 years.
Is this gonna hold that up?
No. Not really. We know the park, it'd be nice. We really technically can't plan that portion of it, but there's no practical way that they could build it. I mean, you could build a home there, but who's going to live in it? Right in the middle of a park.
Does that, if we purchase that land and fill that hole with the donut, per se, are we able to now close that road so it's all park?
Yes.
Because that's a safety issue.
And it's a big point too, and I'm glad you brought it up because I forgot. We now have a public right of way going up to at least that property. I would not advocate to close the entrance to the park, but it's not a public right of way anymore. The property we control. So if we're able to control that square that's up for sale, again, we could vacate the park right of way, we could put the entrance anywhere we want, however we want, designate, parking wherever we want, etc.
That changes the negotiation stance for me now too. I would say, for me, I said, let's just go ahead and get this thing done and over with and buy it and move on.
Just to answer one of Rick's comments, if I was a property owner, I would love to build a house here because I guarantee my neighbors would be far away.
You have a lot of hot dogs in your backyard.
And you get the city to own your yard.
That's funny.
So you're bringing that to us, and would you like direction?
What?
Would you like some direction, Commissioner? Would you like to?
Absolutely, it's your decision. Yeah, we'll bring that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's best.
I'd rather go ahead and have an agenda item. Well, not just that, give it a chance to public to weigh in.
I can bring back the contract at another meeting, sure.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you were talking about this. Do you have anything else,
No, that's it.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, we toured the proposed trail, Cross Fallujah Trail last Thursday. We're going to do it again this Thursday. We've had a critical team member who's looking after an invalid husband at home and could not make it. So we're going to go back out again. The group that was with us, the most recent trip was Matt Reagan, Director of Field Services, Public Council, Boy Scouts of America, Mark Shuttleworth, myself, and Lee Evett. And then James Evans met us out there and kept us away from the rattlesnakes. Thank you. And we'll go back out again Thursday. And then I reached out to Barb Gertman's office. She's awaiting our next tour before we go and meet with her to see what that county involvement might be. So we're making good moves on this cross-border trail. So far, folks, it's extremely positive. And maybe this time next year, we'll be talking about an EPO grant application. So that's where we are. That's all I got. Thanks, man.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank our staff and our city administrator. I want to thank Vice Mayor Connell. I want to thank Commissioner Eckert and Commissioner Frasco. With the situation that we had on Friday with that water break, I want our community to know that your commission and your staff that were out there driving around looking for this leak, and it was really admirable, the whole work and how everyone worked together. So I want to say thank you very much. Additionally, I just want to share a couple more things for our commissioners. As we know, preemption is a big thing, and there is a need for all of us to be engaged, whether you're elected official or citizens. We need to be proactive regarding the advocacy to really stop these preemptions against our governments local. So the Thousand Friends of Florida, they actually promote sound policies for growth and for development. And they're having a preemption local government authority in Florida webinar on November 10th, 2020 from 12 to 1:30. And their website is www.1000fof.org. And it may be something that you can share with your constituents, participate if you can. Just want to make sure that we got it out there. I also found out that the canvassing board, it's the same people. We've got Commissioner Eckert, Vice Mayor Connell, and myself, and that elections are November 2nd. And staying on elections, meet and greet candidates, if you missed the opportunity that we had at the Hopkins Hall. Thursday, October 21 at 6 p.m. in the Villas, in the community center, 711 Lemon Avenue, the Villas. And also, the Vice Mayor and myself and staff, we've been working to coordinate with the Snowden family for their groundbreaking. He said, Buddy Snowden spoke with me today, and he said Sunday, October 24th at 2 p.m. Did you get that? Yes. And hopefully all of you can join us for that dedication. Like I mentioned to Vice Mayor Connell, I cannot take the credit for that, and I'm so happy that he did. Ms. brought that up. So Sunday, October 24th at 2 p.m. at Lake Park Pavilion, there will be the Snowden Family Pavilion at the Memorial Park dedication. And I don't have anything else. Mr. City Administrator.
Mayor, members of the commission, a couple of items. First of all, Karen is very proud of the fact that Market in the Park closed out the year with a contribution to the city of $13,915. And that's with COVID being a counterforce against any participation. So that's a significant number. We hope to get probably close to 15,000 coming in. October 30th, the trunk or treat at Lake Park. And we're going to give out some monetary gifts for the best decorated trunks. $30 for best, $20 for second, $10 for third place. So hopefully we'll get some good participation. Turkey shoot is November 12th and 13th at Mitchell Park. We have an event request for Tiger Home to do a 5K on November 13th. That is, I understand, traditionally been an event. They're not asking for any city support, so I don't know that there's any need to discuss it. On December 11th, we have the Christmas parade with the band and food trucks at Lake Park, and then February 13th, we're scheduling a neighborhood barbecue at Lake Park. Bring your own dish, and the city will provide the meat and barbecue. That's on the calendar. We haven't finalized that yet, but we think that'd be a nice event.
Real quick.
Yes.
February 13th, February 14th, the Quasi Valentine's Day party.
Yes.
And
then I'm speaking with Ariel about her contract with the city. It is up, it was up on the 10th. We're discussing how we can best go forward. We have the details there. I would like to ask at some point in the near future that the commission be willing to sit down with myself and staff on a special meeting just dealing with personnel. We have some things happening with Public Works, as you know, and we need to make sure we have the decisions correctly from the commission on how you want us to proceed. And obviously, it's a late time, so we need to have some direction from the commission. If you want a suggestion, next Thursday at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it shouldn't take more than an hour.
Are you asking for a special meeting or a workshop? Are we gonna need to vote on something?
I'd like to be able to have the commission take some types of action, so,
Special meeting?
yeah, special meeting.
May I have the, next Thursday, and I know it won't affect, you guys, but next Thursday is meet the candidates at the Villa.
About Wednesday,
I'm open.
Next Wednesday?
I'm here. Yep, 6 o'clock. Perfect, that's it, Madam Mayor?
I would like to circle back on the Ivy
Yes.
It's the 5K. Can they get with, police, because I understand they had a track cross-country meet, and there was no, communication with our officers?
They did have a conflict with Maria's group too. They had 27 volleyball teams coming in at the same time.
Yeah.
Apparently it was a real jam, so.
If everyone can communicate on that.
Yeah, I'll make sure that the chief's aware of that.
Special meeting Wednesday at 6 o'clock, I just want to remember. 6 o'clock, is that what you're saying?
That's on the 20th.
I did have one question for the city. Scott, would you look into, when I was, presentations were made for the CAC, one of the groups, I noticed my son and his business was a partner in it, and I want to make sure that there is a reason why I need to recuse myself from the vote on that.
They are one of the 10 families?
Yes.
You
don't, I don't need an answer now.
Well, it's based on whether or not there is gain, the potential, would a vote for you, by you, result in a gain to him or would it have a loss? From what I saw and what little I know, my answer would be no. It seems like they're actually putting money in. It's not the potential of getting money out, but I don't know all the details. I always recommend that anybody contact the Commission on Ethics. They'll talk to you. They won't talk to me.
Okay.
They'll talk to you and tell them, you explain everything to them, write down the name of the attorney, they'll give you an attorney to talk to, and they'll give you opinion, just write down the name of the attorney.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to apologize for being late, because working my work slowed me up, so. And I assume, I could be wrong, is this your last meeting?
Full meeting.
Okay, it was a pleasure working with you for all these years, I just wanted to say that.
I'll open up the meeting though.
But your last full meeting, so,
Yes.
okay. All right.
So we were talking about, what was it? Ariel.
Ariel. But Ariel.
So we're gonna put that in a special meeting?
Yes.
So that's gonna be the
I'll
whole.
discuss that at the special.
Okay, thank you.
I think she wants to say something.
something.
And I believe Chris also wanted to say something? Okay.
I will be out of town
On Wednesday?
on Wednesday. So if you're gonna discuss me, I would rather you wait until I'm in town.
Okay. Is there another?
Agreed.
When are you leaving? Are you leaving before Wednesday or on Wednesday?
Yeah, I come back Thursday, so I'll be back Friday.
So when do you leave?
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday. So, after that? The week after?
Following Monday,
That would be the 25th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
following Monday,
Are you gonna be here?
Yep.
The 25th?
following Monday at 6.
I will not be here. Have the meeting without me, I will not be. I cannot be here, in other words.
Will you be here Tuesday? That was your birthday.
I am mistaken, I was looking at the wrong week. I will be here the 25th.
Okay, Monday, 6 o'clock, commissioners?
Monday's one.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
Monday, 6 o'clock, the 25th. Okay, that's good, thank you. Chris?
Chris Williams, 375 Gardner Street. Two things, I guess three. One, we have a HPP meeting coming up in 2 weeks. Will her contract be, will that preclude her from contributing to us? I don't know what's on the agenda. with that, and I don't have included her from being there to comment or to report on the items that come to the agenda.
I think it's an attorney question, but the way I understand it is until we change the arrangement, it's everything's. the
Her
same.
contract expired October
Yeah,
10th.
it's
I would expire. Do we need a motion to extend the contract?
If they're willing to really keep them alive.
If the individual's amenable to it.
Because of my trip, I can only maintain part of it. The agenda needs to be put together by the city staff. All the information is there, they just got to put it together for the board. I've already done the reports for the board, on the single family homes, anything significant. So that's part of our conversation, so that's already been done. So the staff will be able to take it, from here, but, so, and I'll be out of town, so I won't be able to put that agenda together. So minus that one caveat.
So you're done anyway with no services, right? You've done the reports and you're not gonna be here for the meeting anyway.
No.
He's gonna be here on the 25th, but.
I'm for the 25th,
Oh,
I'm saying for the historical ones, you're not gonna be here for that.
If, that depends on what the city, what the commission decides they want to do with me. I'll be in town.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is you're not willing to complete that portion of your contract that says you do the administrative part. You want that to cease?
I'm saying for this month, I cannot put the agenda together,
That's all she's saying right now, that she cannot put the agenda together.
which the staff is known for month or weeks,
Why can't you put it together?
because it takes days, actually, and I have other work I have to get done.
Okay, so. You don't want to, all right. Anyway,
Okay, so basically, she's just finished saying that, the agenda, she can't finish the agenda for the meeting. Okay.
I was also told by Mr. Lee earlier today that I needed to vacate if I wasn't going to fulfill the contract as previously written. And I would like to ask the commission if I can at least stay in the office until the end of the month.
I didn't say you.
Yes, you did.
I said if you're going to stay through December, then you need to fulfill the obligations of the contract. If you wanted to leave earlier, then you could void that part of the contract. We're talking about December, not talking about this month.
No, you said this month.
I don't talk to you.
Okay, let's see how we can move this forward. So basically now I'm hearing that, well, the contract is expired. And, Mr. Everett is saying that you'd be able to stay in the building and fulfill till the end of the year, I guess December? That's what you just said?
Well, I think that's part of what he wants to have a conversation with the commission about it in the meeting, but I'm asking that I can at least, at minimum, stay till the end of October.
So let's just move forward until the 25th and just talk about the meeting, the agenda. Oh, well, Roger. Maybe you're not clear.
Since this is another contract employee, and we're talking.
No.
Huh?
It's just independent contract.
Okay, since this is another contract, are we gonna go out and ask if there's anybody else out in the world that would want to fill the position?
Yes, that's up to the commission.
Part of the conversation.
Right now, I think that it's can staff handle doing that agenda if she can't get that done by the, what is it, Tuesday meeting or Monday meeting? Tuesday meeting. Is that?
It has to be published, so that's where the.
Okay, and you have the information to give to staff right now?
They have it.
Okay. Can staff complete that?
You have no choice.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any issues or would you like to add to this? I know.
I would, but I don't have enough time to do it.
Okay.
Darn it. I wish this would have been a little bit earlier in the agenda, because I'm sensing a little bit more details here that I would like to ask and answer, but the hour is late, and I've had a day since about 4:30 this morning.
Okay, so good, so we'll have that conversation on the 25th. I hope you enjoy your vacation.
Okay, so as a whole, you are okay with me staying in my office for like the second?
All I know is,
Yeah.
I don't have
25th,
I don't know.
I think on the 25th will be more clear.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes. Commissioner, so that's, no, okay.
I would, but I'll just say.
Right. Okay, so we'll discuss that later. Oh, thank you. Chris?
Okay, so I have three issues that, first one was for staying on, the second one is about her staying on. I would just say that from our perspective, from HPB, she's been invaluable. She's extremely well priced for the level of expertise she brings on the design side. She has expressed to me for a long while that, this sort of moment, when we got here, that she ended up picking up more work than she originally thought she had contracted with. And that she wants to stay on the design side, the critiquing side of what's brought in, and so forth, sort of the solution side, if you will, as opposed to the administrative and the police side, where she's going to the lots and spending analysis and that kind of
Chris, I don't need to be rude, but, is this, I don't know if this conversation, because it's on this.
One other quick thing to say on that issue, I
So
want
you
to
put it
encourage
on
you,
the 25th.
I just want to encourage you to do what you need to do to get there. I'm
Okay.
HPB by then, but, and the last thing is that there's a comment here about having the fences and the roofs approved by staff, and I would heartily disagree with that issue. Specifically when it relates to stuff that's in the Historic Preservation Board, I think that does fall under the Historic Preservation Board's part of the city charter. And I think in terms of the gateway and the design issues of the roofs, which are an integral part of the architecture of the house, that still needs to stay under the review of the board, not just to the staff.
Oh, thank you very much, we'll take that into consideration. Mr. City Administrator, was that your last item?
I have nothing.
Thank you, everyone, thank you for hanging out with me here, and the commissioners, thank you, we will adjourn the meeting.
Yeah.